Okay, we're recording.
Good evening, everyone. This is Lori Charlton. It's March 10th, 2022. I want to welcome everyone to the first Board of Finance hearing, budget hearing for the fiscal 22-23 budget. We'll call the meeting to order and ask that we all please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, to the members of the public, this is the first in a series of budget hearings that will continue throughout March and culminate with this board voting on a recommended budget on March 31st, and then sending that budget to the RTM for their deliberations and vote. From start to finish will be 8 meetings, and the departments and topics we plan to cover in each meeting are on a schedule that can be accessed through the homepage of the town website. One of our goals as a board is to make this process as open, accessible, and interactive with the public as we can. We want to hear from you, and we'll provide multiple ways for you to engage. First, residents are always encouraged to send their comments before or after the meetings to the following email: bof@fairfieldct.org. If you do so, please remember to include your name and address in your email as you would with live public testimony. In addition, during each hearing, including tonight, we'll provide opportunities for live public comment that is pertinent to the budget topics being discussed that evening. And again, the topics each night for all the hearings are set forth on the budget schedule that's accessible through the town website. Finally, I want to note that while our meetings will continue to be held via WebEx during this month, there will be an in-person public hearing on March 26th. That's Saturday morning at 9:30 a.m. And that's going to take place at Fairfield Ludlow High School. And that's another opportunity for residents to have their voices heard on the budget as a whole, or any particular element of it before the board begins our final deliberations and votes. For members of the public who've joined the WebEx tonight, please know you are muted and will not be heard by the board members until live public comment is called for, and I'll do that periodically during the meeting. We're going to ask that comments are limited to 2 minutes per person. All right, I think let me just think our first selectwoman was, I don't know if Brenda's on yet. She was, I think, trying to sign in. I do want to say, though, before we move on to item 3, which is her summary.
Can they see us?
Whoops.
Madam Chair, I can see the first selectwoman is trying to speak. She's visible in the...
Okay, all right. So before we move on to her presentation, I do want to offer our sincere thanks to the first selectwoman and her team for the hard work that went into preparing this budget. We look forward to working with you in a collaborative and constructive way. We know budgets are never easy. They involve difficult choices, and the decisions underneath all these numbers we're going to talk about affect some of our residents in significant and deeply personal ways. I'm not sure there's ever an easy budget year. My first budget as a new board member was the pandemic budget, which was incredibly difficult, but one where this board came together in a bipartisan manner to work through the uncertainties and do what we believed was best for the town and the taxpayer. Then last year we had a revaluation that hit some taxpayers particularly hard. At the same time, we were grappling with a large tax increase as a result of digging out from under the COVID budget. This year, we're dealing with the aftermath of 2 years of a pandemic that's had a significant impact on the well-being of many of our residents, especially school children. And at the same time, we're living through inflationary pressures that we haven't seen in decades. I think this morning's economic report pegged 12-month inflation at 8%. And that's having a tangible impact on a lot of residents who are just trying to afford gas and groceries. I'm sure there'll be a lot of discussion around those conflicting pressures in our budget. At the same time, we are very fortunate to live in a town that has so much to offer, that's growing. We have grand list growth of over 2% this year. That's huge. And it's one reason that the administration has been able to put forth a budget with a relatively low mill rate increase that continues to invest in Fairfield and has some really good things in it. But the conflicting pressures are still there. I'll acknowledge we've gotten a lot of community input already, particularly on the education budget. We welcome and we encourage that. And I look forward to working with my colleagues in a thoughtful and bipartisan manner, as we've done in the past, to listen to that input, to listen to the town and the school administrations, and to do our due diligence on behalf of the taxpayer and vote in the best short and long-term interests of the town and our residents. So again, I want to thank the administration. I look forward to working with them and my colleagues in what I believe is the most important thing we do as a board. So tonight, we're going to hear a summary of the budget from the first Selectwoman, and we will offer the board members an opportunity to ask any high-level questions on her presentation, recognizing, of course, that we'll be hearing more detailed presentations on the elements of the budget over the course of the evening and the next couple of weeks. We'll also hear from the departments covered in 3 sections of the budget book, the nonprofit organizations, administrative and general departments, and finance departments. And just to reiterate, if any member of the public wants to provide comment that's pertinent to tonight's subject matter, we welcome that. And I'll call for it after each section has been completed. All you need to do is drop a note into the chat box and indicate that you'd like to be heard. So with that, we will move to item 3, the summary budget presentation. Ms. Kupchik, thank you again. Welcome. I'll turn it over to you.
Good evening, Madam Chairwoman. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, indeed.
Awesome. Well, as you say, we're starting our budget process, and I look forward to working with all of you. I just want to note before we go into the PowerPoint presentation, the one that you received, the one you'll see tonight is completely updated with the Board of Selectmen changes and some other items that we will make sure everyone gets. But what you are seeing, or what you will see at the PowerPoint presentation now, is the updated version. Hold on. Sorry, my staff is just trying to get that up. Can you all see this?
Yes, we can.
Oh, okay, great. All right, so I just want to start off with thanks and appreciation to our finance department and all our department heads, town employees, for their hard work throughout the year and their assistance in developing our town budget. I want to thank our elected officials and volunteers who serve on our boards and commissions that make our community a better place to live and work. It is truly an honor to serve as the Fairfield First Selectwoman and to work with the men and women of our town government. Like I did last year, we did a sort of Fairfield at a glance. As you know, these are numbers that typically we know, our population, medium area income, households, and some ancillary information about our town. Responsive, responsible budgets. We believe this protects taxpayers, significantly increases education spending, reorganizes and right-sizes town government, increased government modernization, access and transparency, invests in public safety, maintains tax relief for senior and disabled residents. It funds long-term contractual obligations and preserves our AAA bond rating and for our long-term fiscal health of the town. Cost increases, inflation to the U.S., as Madam Chairwoman mentioned, as of February is at a 40-year high at 7.9%. Energy costs are soaring. Gas up 76%. Diesel up 53%. Global supply chain disruptions led to an increase in costs and the ability to acquire certain items. 2 state minimum wage increases in FY23, $14 an hour on July 1, 22, and $15 an hour on June 1st, 2023. Mandatory newspaper advertising is nearly doubling, and the contractual union wage increases. Employee health insurance, tipping, and recycling fee. I just want to mention here, the tipping fees go up with the CPI for solid waste, as well as hauling and operational fees that run our transfer station. So it's not unique to this year, but it's much higher, at least 5 to 6% inflation. Recycling fees vary from quarter to quarter with higher fuel, minimum wages, and other market issues. So prices would be going up. The budget highlights. So salary, wages, contingency, set aside reserve to fund our open contracts, pension contributions, fully funding 100% of the ADEC, OPED contribution, fully funding at 100% of ADEC, fund balance. FY22 surplus will maintain 11.34 funding level through fiscal year 23. Public schools, budget increase of $7.9 million over the last years, and that equates to a 4.12% increase. And this reflects a $2.5 million reduction from the Board of Education's request. The mill rate is less than 1% at a 0.98. This slide just gives you the budget summary from the FY23 to FY22. And you can see the breakdowns from the adopted budget of the Board of Education in FY22, the shared expense, which I've been doing the last couple of years to just give all our elected officials an opportunity to see that figure, and then the town expense. And then you can see the changes in the FY23 proposal, and then the budget change. So the education up 4.12 in this budget. The shared expense is actually down 5.84. And the town side, we are up 3.72. Where does the money come from? As we've done this in the last few budget cycles, I try to allow, and not just for only our elected officials, but for our community to try, see what the current year tax levy is, prior year tax interest, miscellaneous town fees and changes, investment income, municipal aid, fines, rental income, and you see all those figures there. I would want to note that municipal aid is up this year pretty significantly, due primarily to the restructuring of the college and hospitals pilot program. Something to note, after the FY22 budget was adopted, the town received a large prior year tax collection on a property totaling $6.7 million. This is, most of you know this as the Jack property. Investment income, as a town, we are very constrained on what we can invest in. Returns are minuscule, as there are no returns in the bond market. And I think it's important to note that we have a draft RFP out to hire someone on investment strategy for the future. The next slide here is, where does the money go? And you can see, again, salary, wages, contingency, large portion of the budget, pension contribution, OPEB, health insurance, fees and pros, capital outlay, and then all other. The total town budget, you can see those figures there, up 3.72%, and the Board of Education in this budget reflects a 4.12 increase. The fees and pros are mostly related to contractual increases. The recycling contract went up, and all other related to the ECC transfer. Shared town and Board of Ed expenses include nurses and debt service, and the health insurance has gone up higher due to higher utilization rates, down last year due to COVID. I think noteworthy capital needs are public safety. So We've got the fire hose replacement, command vehicles, radio equipment, investive technology, and security cameras, public works, sewer treatment plant upgrades, snowplows, power equipment, and information technology, servers, storage, backup equipment, computer, and laptop replacements. We were lucky to fund, and I talked about this during the Board of Selectmen meeting, and we were lucky enough to fund 9 of our police cars through an outside jobs fund in the police department. This fund is built by outside vendors who pay overtime to our officers, accumulated significant amount of money. And we figured when we were really working on the budget that it made perfect sense to use the money that our police earn in overtime after they're already paid their overtime salaries, that we would utilize this to fund their capital needs. And it also greatly reduces the impact on our taxpayers. Paving funding plan for FY23. As we've talked about during the paving presentation that we had with all town bodies, one point we started off the budget, I just want to note this, we started off the budget for the Board of Selectmen. I had included $1 million in the operating budget. And through some changes that we made at the Board of Selectmen level, we were able to find $200,000 more, and we decided to add that, made a motion to add that. So we're at $1.2 million now in the operating budget. I know people want to start moving up every year with that, so we thought that was a good investment to put that money there. We have this $1.25 million in ARPA funds that we will be using in FY23. And we have $1 million from the we are suggesting we would like to use $1 million from the FY22 surplus, which then would leave us with $580 to be bonded. And if you remember, this is all part of the paving scientific analysis that the company did, the paving company did on all of our roads. And we were hoping to be able to follow that that scientific study that we paid for and had a presentation on. The Emergency Communication Center, it's beginning now in FY23. It's operational, will be budgeted now as a separate fund. All revenues and expenses will flow through this new fund, similar to the WPCA and the Regional Fire School. Because the fund is not 100% self-supporting, there will be a separate ECC appropriation in the general fund to make up the difference. The proposed budget includes the assumption of adding a third town as of January 1, 2023. And then you can see those figures there. Right-sizing town government, reorganizing town departments to better serve the needs of our residents. Social services. Now, these are some of the positions, these are the positions we are looking to add to this budget. Part-time director of social services would move to a full-time position to increase the assistance needed for the financial impact of COVID on our low-income residents and additional mental health services. The Senior Center, consolidate 2 part-time positions into 1 full-time director to provide increased services for our senior citizens. Tax collector, sewer rent collector funding from the WPCA, 80% of this position and 20% by the town. And this is, we could talk about this a little bit more, but this is due to the overwhelming amount of need that has come upon the tax collection office to answer questions regarding the sewer rent collections. Human resources. In our budget, we eliminated the risk management position for a full-time assistant HR director position. We would like to add a HR generalist and a part-time diversity recruitment coordinator. Also in our engineering department, we eliminated and replaced an engineering drafter, an instrument operator with a new senior civil engineer and a project manager. You've heard me talk about this quite a bit, even before we had the ARPA money, but we have a significant amount of projects in our town, especially with the ARPA fund, and I won't really let up even after that, because our engineering department is literally involved and engaged in pretty much every single thing we're doing in our town. And we felt it was vitally important to add another civil engineer and also a project manager to be able to keep track of all the work and projects that we are doing. We want to add a part-time administrative position to the Conservation Department. As many of you know, we did reorganize the Conservation Department, and we had some, obviously, issues with our Conservation Director being arrested and having to make some changes to that department. And we felt that a part-time administrative position would help assist with the administrative position now for when they go to lunch or if they're on vacation and things of that nature. Police Department. We are requesting in our budget 2 new officers to add to the new demands of law enforcement. A lot of this has to do with our state laws and mandates and increased things that are happening in our town. This slide, which I think was really helpful, Chief Calamars provided that I included in the slide deck. And this shows very clearly how underfunded we really are. I mean, understaffed we are in the Fairfield Police Department. And as you know, most of you know, police are engaged in so much in our town, whether it be traffic, crime, activities at the beach area. There's all kinds of things that our residents call upon to have police. I have to say that the majority of the work that we do, constituent work, ends up requiring police assistance. So if you look at that comparison, I think it's pretty compelling. I wanted to just talk also a little bit about our Senior Center Director in a little bit more detail. Our membership has grown from 3,000 members in 2018 to almost 6,000 right now. The average daily attendance is between 180 and 200 seniors. The total number of our activities offered at the center is 368. Those include exercise classes, education, all kinds of different things for our seniors. And our social services, as I mentioned earlier, has really increased due to COVID and so many other assistance needs. Now that some of the assistance that was provided to the state and federal government to help people is starting to wane and go away. And so Julie has explained that it's just been, we still have a lot of our residents who are having a very difficult time, and our social services department needs additional help. Senior and disabled tax relief. State and local laws provide for this tax relief program for Fairfield residents who are age 65 and over or totally disabled and whose annual incomes and assets are within specified limits. These programs are designed to help seniors and the totally disabled residents to remain in their homes and the town that they improved over the many years that they lived here. This program benefited 1,315 residents in the current fiscal year. In fiscal year 23, budget includes $4,077,768 from the town in tax credits and an additional $367,118 from the state. This slide shows the FY23 budget increase, and we did this over the last couple of years, and I think this really benefits our elected officials as does our residents, so that you can see how we're utilizing our funding and how it works. You know, my budget effectively utilizes just about 14% to provide funding for investments in technology, safety and training equipment for law enforcement and firefighters, service vehicles and equipment for public works, salary and wage reserves for unsettled contracts. So 86% of the FY23 increases are to fund education and our long-term liabilities. Spending totals. The overall budget includes this, I think this is helpful to see, the education expenses paid by the town, the debt service on capital projects and nurses, et cetera, and Board of Education budget. The Board of Education budget plus the education expenses paid by the town totals 66% of the town of Fairfield's budget. Board of Education request. You can see the superintendent's request was 6.2%, $12 million increase for $204 million. Board of Ed approved a 5.43% increase, which equated to $10.4 million increase, and after they allocated some grant funding for some of their costs. My budget includes a 2 increase, which is a $7.9 million increase for a total budget of $200,491,554. And over the last 10 years, the average increase request from the Board of Ed is typically at 4%, and the average increase granted from the town has averaged at 2.8. And this slide also shows you our projections, the funding, but also, excuse me, the funding, how it moves across the years. Excuse me. I just want to note that every year since 2011, and I know we did, the chairwoman mentioned at the beginning of the meeting, we've received a considerable amount of emails from residents. And I know that the superintendent released a list, and they've had a meeting. But every year since 2011, enrollment has gone down, 50 to 100 students or so. And if this continues and the request increases continue, I believe it is going to become unsustainable. I know the Board of Finance received all those emails, and I want to be clear that what I've proposed in my budget, which passed the Board of Selectmen, the Board of Education came to me with a $10 million increase. My budget increases the Board of Ed's budget $7.9 million. That's a significant investment in education. And I'm very, very concerned about the increasing expenses for our residents as basic commodity costs continue to rise. And I believe this budget is mindful of those economic concerns while still managing services to everyone in our community. It's also important to note, as I said again earlier, that the increases of our town on average have been asked for 4%, and less than 3% have been granted by administrations over the last 10 years. I want to also very quickly note that, we talked about this last year. My CAO made some phone calls last year and was able to find savings in purchasing, a significant amount of savings. And last year, we reduced the education budget by $2 million. And at the end of the fiscal year, the Board of Ed had a $200,000 surplus, which they voted to invest in a math academy and in special education. I want our residents to know, and I know our Board of Finance members know, that we do not have the authority to tell the Board of Ed how to spend the money or where to find savings. We can only make decisions about where we can make reductions. So the cut list that I talked to you about earlier, I feel was a bit premature. And I wanted to note that after looking at it today and adding it up, it literally had over $4 million worth of suggestions on it. And the reduction that we are proposing in our budget, in my budget, is $2.5 million. The next slide is the additional slide that I was talking to you about, the Board of Selectmen changes. And these are the things that we did on the final day after 2 days of public hearings. And you could see we changed the recording fees, we modified, we moved the crossing guard funding, the emergency communications was changed slightly, information technology, Penfield Pavilion, human resources, unemployment compensation, public works, and contingency. Expected additional changes are based on updated data from the town's insurance broker. So Aon reached out just recently and projected that the health insurance increases will look to be about $400,000 on both the town side and the school side. So that's a total of about $800,000. The increase in the projection is due to the increased utilization rate by town and Board of Education employees, as a lot of people didn't see the doctor or skip procedures during COVID. This current data is through January 2022. The town expects to see this projection data through before Ann presents to the Board of Finance on the 24th of this month. If the trend is steady, we expect to see an additional increase in health insurance premiums projections. And we have asked Ann to make that projection at your March 24th Board of Finance meeting. So additional recommendations to the Board of Finance. So in response to these unexpected changes, we have considered some proposals that we hope that you will consider to offset the unforeseen increases. An increase to the town's collection rate from 9.871% that we had reflected in the budget we sent to you to 98.89%. The 4-year average, which excludes deferment, is always at 9.889. And we're also recommending a reduction to the DPW's capital outlay. So additional go to the next. I just want to mention, these changes that we're trying to mitigate, I think will help keep the tax rate where we have it below 1%. I have to say, I've gotten some good feedback from our community because obviously people are still having a difficult time. As the chairwoman mentioned, we have a lot of residents whose valuations went up, their property values increased, which is, usually a good thing. But obviously it adds to the overall tax burden of properties whose value went up. And we also have residents who are still struggling, and we want to make sure that our town remains affordable. I believe this budget is responsive to the needs of our residents and businesses and is responsible to our taxpayers. It continues our efforts to modernize town services and reorganize town government. It moves forward my priority to right-size the town's workforce, maintain strong investment in our schools, and fully funds our long-term obligation to keep our AAA bond rating. I am very proud of the work my administration has done with fortitude to make the sorely needed and long overdue changes, and we will continue with these efforts. I care very deeply about our community, and I will continue to listen and learn from our residents. I thank you very much for the time, and I will hand it back to you, Chairwoman.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Kupchak. On behalf of all of us, I'm sure I can say we really appreciate having the summary presentation to put the budget into context. Obviously, there's a lot there, and it's helpful. Can't say we're excited to hear about the insurance projections, but I'm sure we'll get to that.
No, we weren't either.
Yeah, especially since we were lucky enough to have those estimates go in the opposite direction last year. But
Yeah.
I would, if it's okay, like to open it up to the board and for some questions. And as I tried to characterize it in my opening remarks, maybe, if we have broad overarching questions, whether about the presentation or the overall budget, those are welcome. Obviously, the nitty gritty we're going to get into over the next number of meetings. So, to any of the board members, any comments or questions? Mr. Curley.
Excuse me. Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate that. And thank you, Madam Selectwoman, for that presentation. I thought it was excellent. And kudos to you and your staff and the entire finance group that put this budget together. It's very comprehensive, extremely well done. And as I've reviewed it since receiving it last week, I kept thinking to myself that this is really an excellent product. So kudos to the whole group that put this together. I did have a couple of high-level questions about the summary. I recognize the point that the Madam Chair made regarding getting into some of the details, so we can certainly defer some of the detailed discussions till later. But just a couple of quick questions. You might have the information off the top of your head or in your notes. I have 5. On page 6 of your summary, you talked about the fund balance maintaining it at 11.34% from the surplus. Do you note what the dollar amount utilization from the surplus was that is necessary to maintain that 11.34%?
2.3 million.
Okay, that's great. Thank you. Just want to be able to put that. notes. Um, on page 6, also, you talked about the education budget and the $2.5 million reduction. I appreciate all the comments that you made regarding the overall increase to the budget that was requested versus last year. And I appreciate that you had and your staff had put together suggestions. I think you had said roughly $4 million in suggestions. Is that list available? Can we see that, or is that something that you can share?
No, I'm sorry, I think you might have misunderstood me. I was speaking about the list that the Board of Education or the superintendent presented to the Board of Education. I think they refer to it as a cut list,
Yeah,
suggestion
okay.
list, things they would
Got
cut.
it.
And my staff grabbed it and, you know, calculated it and said that actually it looks to be like over 4 million, that list.
Okay, and that's fine. I did misunderstand because I understand the cut list and that the ultimate decisions will sit with the Board of Ed. So I guess my question goes back to you then. When you and your staff put together the suggested cut of $2.5 million, did you have an idea of where that might come from, or was it just kind of a bottom line number to help get the overall budget to a certain place?
So, you know, again, I highlighted this in the PowerPoint. You know, you look at averages, right? So if the Board of Ed has been basically asking for a certain percentage over the years, and the town has funded about 2.8% on average to the education system, that's basically what we base it on. I thought, to be honest with you, Craig, you know, I served on the Board of Ed for 6 years. I've been involved in town government a long time. I think these last 2 increases are the largest I've ever seen in 20 years. They are very high.
Okay. And I know we're going to have a detailed discussion on Board of Ed next week, so that's fine. Appreciate that. My next question relates to the investment income dropped by almost $1 million on page 8. You had mentioned that that there's virtually no place for the town to earn much there. I guess we'll get into that in the finance department. I would have thought in a rising interest rate environment that we actually would have an opportunity to increase that number from prior year.
I mean, Jerry could talk about it, but the way he explains it to me, you know, is that, you know, when you're in a municipality, you have to be very careful. They won't let you invest in anything that's, you know, volatile in any way, shape, or form. So typically those funds don't really yield what other people are getting in more fluctuating funds, riskier funds, so to speak.
Understood. Okay, thank you. And then page 11, regarding the paving plan, I had noted from the capital workshop that there was a discussion about $2.5 million coming from ARPA, and in your summary you talk about 1.25 or half. Is there a change to the ARPA plan, or is that being spread over multiple years, or what's the reconciliation there?
Yeah, that's how I've been presenting it all along. It would be spread out. So
Okay.
1.25 and then 1.25.
Would it be possible to consider taking all of the 2.5 up front?
I guess you could, but I actually don't know that we could get that much paving done, realistically, especially with the supply chain issues. So I think it's spread out in a reasonable way, and in a way that we can get the work done, you know, just based on supply chain issues.
Okay. All right. Last question. Thank you. I appreciate that. On page 13, you talked about right sizing and staffing, and I recognize that you've made a lot of changes since becoming first Selectwoman, and you really came in with the idea of making the town more efficient. So I appreciate that and respect that effort. I just wanted to know if these current changes that are being proposed are consistent with where you and your administration were last year, or if there's been any change to your plan that you had put forth last year. I recognize that the 2 police officers may be more of an immediate need based on law enforcement, but I wasn't sure about the other components.
Right, so yes, the police officers are, you know, obviously a separate piece, right? Public safety. And, you know, I have had that conversation with various chiefs over the years as a state representative, and always asking, you know, where are we on our, you know, our force? I mean, are we below? And, you know, when you really take a deeper dive, and you see that slide, we're really below, for the amount of service that we perform. Yes, this is part of, yes, you're right, I wanted to make a lot of changes. I wanted to provide efficiencies, increase productivity, but obviously, Craig, you know, it's like anything else. When you're in a place and you work there every day and you're interacting with the departments and you're talking to residents and businesses and such, you know, that's where you develop your ideas about, wow, this department, you need some help, or this department needs a change, and this department's not really, you know, performing at its highest level because of the needs. So you learn as you go along. And, you know, frankly, like, for example, I would say the Senior Center Director in Social Services. Now, Julie has asked me from the day I came in for increases to those departments. She wanted full-time staff. I said to her, no, frankly, in the beginning, because even before the pandemic hit, because my first budget came out before the pandemic started, it was like, it happened like a week later. So, but I told her, you know, let me get my sea legs, let me see how things are going, and you come back and we'll talk about it a little bit more. There is a real increased need, and Julie, when her night is up, she can speak so much more in detail about it. But it's an increased need at our senior center and also to our social services. The changes to the tax collection, you know, you have your department head meetings, and Dave Kay has been mentioning this, that this was an issue, that he was doing a ton of work answering all these questions, looking up bills for people, the sewer bills, and, you know, people are asking all these questions, and he needed that extra help. In addition to, there's actual tax collecting work. You know, you send a notice to someone and it comes back and there's like a pile of you know, somebody needs to research, where did that person go? How can we get back in touch with them if they have a refund or something of that nature? So that's why we added that, and I thought that was a smart thing that we came up with, having 80% funded by WPCA, which is basically the majority of the questions are coming regarding that, and then 20% by the town to just provide a higher level of service, more efficient, productive service in the tax collection office. Engineering, right? We've talked about this even during the ARPA presentations. I mean, just as a citizen, right, in town, but even as elected official, which you have a much more detailed view of what's going on. We have so many things going on. Rooster River, we have the hardening project down, which Laura Pooley has basically, that's been her full-time job, working on that hardening project. And we need more engineers. Now we have all these projects, all this money, $24.8 million. And who knows, there may be even more infrastructure money coming from the federal government. A project manager, you know, Bucky, we sat down, we talked a lot. He's like, we need somebody to watch these projects to make sure everything's being handled properly, that that the invoices are going through, finance department, that everything is being monitored very closely. So we figured it would be really smart to include a project manager in the engineering department and add that other civil engineer. And frankly, who knows? I don't even know if that'll be enough. You know, we may have to come back next year and add even another position. They're busy. That's a busy, very busy department. And conservation, you know, like I said, when we, you know, when what happened there with the arrest, you know, we wanted to reorganize. Now we've added an online permitting to the, by the way, I want to proudly announce that not only just as our building department is online, we have our zoning and our conservation department officially online. And so this is exciting for our residents. Yeah, I know it's exciting for me because I used to be the staffer in my husband's company who would go around to all the towns pulling permits. So I loved when the towns had online permitting. It makes life so much easier. And as you know, we have a lot of blue-collar people who live in this town or work in our town. And, you know, when they're standing at a counter for an hour or an hour and a half in the morning, that's money to them. You know, they're not on a job doing work. And so It's really, really gonna make a huge difference, and we knew that. And when SLR came to the Conservation Department after we had the issue there, and they reviewed all the processes that were happening in the conservation, they wrote a very detailed report about our Conservation Department and how it needed to improve. And actually, it's a very enlightening document, and I'd be happy to send it to anybody who would like to read it. And Tim Bishop's been wonderful, our new Conservation Director, and he has literally really absorbed that document when he first came in. He obviously watched how the department is operating, and he has got a whole list of changes that he's going to be presenting to the Conservation Commission and the Inland Wetlands to make things more streamlined, to change the bonding. We have this bond process in the Conservation Department that simply doesn't make sense. There's things that they're going to be changing that are going to be so much more efficient and more productive. And so, but yet we thought after, you know, Tim came in his meeting, he said, you know what, we needed part-time admin to help when Joanne is at lunch, or if she, you know, is taking a break, or if she's sick or whatever. And so we feel that that really will really help that department. And then HR is where we're making some significant changes. As you know, most of you know, you work for companies, HR departments are very busy. And frankly, I'll be perfectly honest with you, you know, when I came in here, I learned a lot about our HR department, and it was run very poorly. And that's an understatement, frankly. We didn't have files, nothing was electronic. We didn't have anything in anybody's file, if they did a good job or if they didn't do a good job or anything. We had job descriptions, as I joked about when I first came in, that were literally written on a typewriter, and they were in for a job description. It was written on a typewriter, and a lot of the job descriptions included stenography skills. So we were kind of like taking an HR department from like 1970 and trying to like make it run in 2020, and we hit a lot of snags. And so there was a lot of stuff that needed to be changed. But we feel that these changes will be significant, will have a hugely significant impact on the way that the HR department talks, delivers services to all the employees, and we have a tremendous amount, and also to our retired employees, right? So we believe these changes, after careful review, will have a huge impact. So basically, Craig, you know, the VRIP plan that I did, I know you weren't on the Board of Finance then. We were down at the time after that 4 FTEs. And if you look at this, you know, excluding the cops, we're not part of the VRIP at all. We're only really up 1. 2, right?
Okay.
2?
That was
We're
very
down 2.
helpful. Yeah, that's very helpful.
So is that,
and
I hope that helps.
that it helps a lot.
So we're down to excluding the cops, which weren't part of the VRIP program.
Yeah, and you actually brought it right back to where I was going to get back to. Is I understand that over time, as the administration gets to assess the need in different areas, that the staffing plan may evolve and may change. And I have no doubt that there's a need for all of these positions, and I respect that analysis that goes into it. But I also know the VRIP plan that was put forward was meant to provide savings to the town, and I think we, in order to honor that, we need to just be mindful of how any subsequent changes to the staffing plan for the town, how it just let's keep track of how that compares back to where we thought we were going to be. That's all. So thank you. I appreciate that. No further questions.
No,
Thank you.
Craig, I appreciate that. I just want to know for you and you know, newer members to the Board of Finance, throughout the VRIP presentations, which went on for a long time, I never, my selling point to that plan was never about saving money. That was never the main goal of the plan. The main goal of the plan was creating more efficient people, creating more efficient job descriptions that actually meet the 21st century needs of our town, and to have different job descriptions, and getting rid of jobs that really basically were not in full-time jobs, and in enveloping them in other jobs. So for example, the solid waste and recycling director became absorbed into the assistant public works director position, and it's working remarkably wonderful. And that was a six-figure job. Yes, that saved money, but the bottom line was to, obviously it's not like a business, like, you're running a business, you want to try to provide the best service to your community, the most efficient service, a modernized workforce, and you want to be able to deliver a lower tax rate. But I just wanted to just clarify that. I know some people felt that that was the main goal of the VRIP plan, but it was never the main goal. The main goal was to have a more efficient, productive, and modernized workforce.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Kupchak. Mr. Curley, do you have anything else? Okay, thank you. Mr. Stark.
Hi, I just wanted to make a kind of a philosophical comment, if I could. This budget, I'll echo what Mr. Curley said. It is really well thought out. Ton of work went into it. There's nothing radical about it in any way. It's a a good conservative budget, but my point would be that I think it's a little more conservative than it seems. I know you believe that inflation is real because you mentioned it multiple times in your prepared remarks. And we need to think about the fact that inflation ran at 4.7% in 2021 and is now running at 7.9% per the numbers that came out today. So a budget that only actually goes up, that sends the mill rate up only just under 1% is actually in some ways a 5-ish percentage point budget cut. And you might like to deliver that to the people of Fairfield, and I wouldn't blame you for wanting to do that. But that's real, right? Dollars are only worth what they're worth at a certain rate of inflation. It's a fantasy to think otherwise. So I just would, just thinking out loud, say that maybe we don't need to use the town's conservatism to deliver this savings for people in the town of Fairfield. Maybe we're absorbing too much of the brunt of inflation and should honestly let some of that flow through. My own tax bill, I calculated, is only going to be up by $100 per your budget. And that's great. I mean, I'd be happy about that. I actually don't have kids in the public schools. I ought to be thrilled. But it seems like I'm getting a free pass, is how it feels to me. It's about the amount I'm going to spend on the extra gas every 3 fill-ups for my car, right? It's not meaningful savings to me. It's not a meaningful increase to me. What I could be spending above that isn't going to be meaningful savings. Finally, you might want to look at a Pew Institute study that came out coincidentally just today, and it shows wage inflation by region, and it shows that Connecticut workers actually stayed a little bit ahead of inflation over the past 2 years since the pandemic began by about 1.4%. So, I mean, those are just, some qualitative considerations that we could keep in the backs of our minds. But otherwise, thank you and for the presentation.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Stark. Other questions from the board? Okay, Mr. Testani.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks again to the first Selectwoman. I know I'm kind of echoing everyone else's comments, but having been on the board now, I certainly for a few years understand what goes into it, the time, the energy, the effort. Maybe a couple late nights here and there, Brenda. Would that be fair to say?
A lot more than a couple.
Yeah, exactly. For us too, by the way. Yeah, the only question I had in your presentation, and I'm sure we're going to talk about it in the budget, so forgive me. I just was curious because I didn't have a time to go through it that closely, but you mentioned a reduction to offset some of those, I guess it's insurance increases, right? You were talking about offsets to the potential increases. And one of the offsets you mentioned was a reduction in the DPW capital outlay. Do you have like a rough number? Is that somewhere else in the budget? I just wanted to get some dollar value associated with that.
Yes, so we're recommending a $200,000 reduction.
Okay.
And we're not saying a specific item, Jack, because Bucky is the expert. He
On where to
can, figure
allocate
out
his
what he
overall
needs to
funds, and
do.
you just probably went to him and said, Bucky, I need you to reduce your budget by 200,000. He
So I
probably said,
said,
okay.
can we do that? And he said yes.
Yeah, of course. All right, very good. Thank you. I just wanted to get a number. Thanks again very much for all
Sure.
your hard work, and of course Jared's hard work, and everyone in the finance department. It's really quite impressive.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Testani. If I could, Ms. Kupchak, oh, sorry, Mr. Walsh, I see your hand there.
Ms. Charlton, you can go, Ms. Charlton, I'll go after you.
Yeah, I wanted to sort of follow up on Mr. Testani's question. Ms. Kupchak, so if I understood the presentation, these insurance projections that are not included in the budget book at the moment, but we're sort of looking at over the top are, did I hear 800,000? So 400,000 at each, the town and the Board of Ed? Okay, so
Yes.
800,000 in total, and you implied that those could go higher.
Right, so, Jared, obviously, we just found this out, and that's why it wasn't in the Board of Selectmen,
I hear you, yeah.
presentation. So, yes, so they're saying that we've asked them to come and give a presentation to your board on the 24th, so you can get an updated information, on this, because according to what Jared is telling me, it's a bit of a moving target.
I hear you. So I'm just going to throw out some round numbers here. So if if right now we're sitting at $400,000 higher on each of the town and Board of Ed, and let's just maybe that goes up to 500,000, so it's $1 million. What that means then is, one of two things: either either there have to be, in order to keep the mill rate consistent with what you've recommended, there have to be additional cuts absorbed to the tune of, let's say, 800,000 to $1 million, or the mill rate increases. And that's, of course, excluding anything else that we might talk about here. But the changes that you did mention, and you threw out two of them. One, and thank you, Mr. Testani, for asking. So 200,000 potentially for DPW. And then a change in the revenue estimate for tax collections. How much would that be?
The amount that it would impact the budget,
Yeah, roughly.
Jared?
1 second.
Frank is,
It's to reflect an increase in the collection rate. We're at 98.71 now, and this would bring it up to 98.89.
And that, in dollars, that equates to what?
Yeah. So we'll give us 1 second.
About 320,000. So
Okay.
so right now
Can you hear that?
Yep. So just roughly, and again, rough numbers, the two things you identified would be an offset of $500,000 against what's potentially, 800 to $1 million that is what I'll term a change in estimate that we're grappling with here. Okay. All right. I just wanted
correct,
to make sure I had this straight.
it's a little more than our side, our 400, the town side. So it's covering more than the town side, increase.
Understood. And my other question was, the allocation. So just to make the numbers easier, if the total, I'll call it offsets that need to be found to keep things flat are $1 million, that would, in your mind, get allocated equally to the town and the Board of Education. So for example, if part of that comes from increases to the tax rate, I'm struggling to understand what that would mean. Does that mean that the Board of Ed, for example, would now be down, 3 million from their request? Or how would that, how
So
does that
the
get
way
allocated?
the way that Jared described it to me is that we have an increase in the health insurance cost rates, right? 400,000 on the school side, 400,000 on the town. So we took it upon ourselves to absorb or suggest, let's just say recommend, because now it's the the budget's passed the Board of Selectmen, and now it's the Board of Finance's budget, right? We are recommending reductions in the town side to cover about 521.
Yeah, so let me, we just reran the number on the collection rate. You know, doing this on the fly is, putting a little stress on us. So we just reran it, double checked it. It's $570,000 is the effect of the collection rate change.
Got it.
So the total would be
570 plus 200.
Right.
Gotcha. So I guess what I'm just trying to wrap my head around the $570,000 that's coming from an increase in the estimated tax collection rate. That sort of drops to the benefit of the mill rate. But in terms of spending, you know, the Board of Ed, for example, you know, that doesn't give them any more money. So they would be dealing now with a $3 million reduction versus $2.5 million. Am I understanding that right?
Well, no, I'm not, and not in my opinion, because what Frank and Jared are saying is that we're able to cover what's the total number, Frank? 8 plus 2, so 570 plus 2. So that's $770,000 out of the $800,000 that we are being told by Aon that the healthcare costs are going up, right?
Okay,
so
got it.
it's
So
only
that
like,
coverage,
you know,
it,
a little,
does that,
what is it, 30 grand on the school side. So the town is trying to absorb not just the town's increase, but also the school's health
I
insurance
hear you.
increase.
But mechanically,
Right.
the way that works, does, you know, half the money end up as an increase to the Board of Ed budget to then address their increased insurance costs? Is that how mechanically it will flow?
Well, I mean, I think that would be up to you guys, right? How you were gonna, you know, manage the budget at this point. Do you want to actually say, if we change, you guys change the collection rate from what I presented to you based on our recommendation, you could then say, okay, the town's gonna bring in, you know, is assuming we're gonna bring in $570,000 more, and we cut $200,000 out of the DPW. If you guys want to, you know, separate that out and put it toward both, you know, obviously you can do that.
Gotcha. Okay. And I realize that we're doing this on the fly and this is all new information. So
Sure.
Jared, sorry to put you on the spot there. Just trying to understand it. I appreciate that. And I'm sure we're going to talk some more about it. The only other, you know, comment, and again, just food for thought that I'll throw out. Obviously, we've had a lot of discussions about paving. And, you know, one of the things that I might just throw out there is food for thought. And I think Mr. Curley alluded to it. You know, currently we've got this paving structure that has us covering next year's plan of about $4 million through a combination of things: operating budget, bonding, ARPA money, and surplus. And, you know, I guess that just feels to me like a complicated mix of funding sources. And I wonder, particularly given that who knows what's going to happen next year. We may get more infrastructure money that's applicable to roads. And I just wonder about the wisdom of trying to parse this up between all those funding sources rather than just using the ARPA money we have. And then next year, you know, holding off on bonding or surplus until we see what may happen in the future. So I don't have a fully formed thought around that, but it's just a reaction that I wanted to throw out there. So thank you. And I want to turn to Mr. Walsh. Thanks for your patience, Jim.
I appreciate that. And if I could just respond to that before Mr. Walsh, if he doesn't mind.
Yes.
You know, I hear what you're saying, but what I'm trying to do is follow a paving plan. that all of our town bodies, approved
Yep.
money to fund by a professional company that does it, and scientifically evaluate our roads and provide us with a detailed, thought out, year in, year out, and it does, you know, you read it, right? So it has, you know, do all this year, do all that, do this, do that, not do a little, do some over here, maybe a little over there. Because I think that's what's been going on here for a really long time, is that, you know, former administrations, you know, pick and choose when they want to pave and when they don't. And what I'm trying to do is follow the scientific plan, and just get it done, right? Do what they say to do, for the next 5 years, and then come back, right, and say to each other, okay, you know, we did everything they said. We thank God, I mean, it's great, we got a little ARPA money that helps with the thing, because we wouldn't, and bond and pay and use a little surplus and do all these things, but just bottom line, follow the plan. And then at 5-year mark, say, okay, let's look at this plan again, sit around, let's have a special meeting or whatever it is, and then make decisions about how we want to move forward. Who knows where we're going to be in 5 years, you know, financially. Who knows what's, you know, I mean, 2 years ago, we didn't know we were going to have a global pandemic. So, I mean, you know, who knows what's going to be around the corner. But the bottom line is I would like to just try to follow a plan that was, you know, that we paid for and it is scientific.
Yeah, thank you. And just to be perfectly clear, I'm not suggesting otherwise. I wasn't, my comment wasn't directed toward the spending in the plan. It was more directed toward
Sure.
where the money comes from to pay for the spending.
Right.
So assuming we do in fact follow the plan, we can get 4 million of paving done to the extent supply chain issues and other things don't prevent us from doing that. It's, you know, how do we fund that? And, you know, again, I was reacting to, we're talking about surplus and bonding and ARPA and operating. And,
Sure.
you know, we have a time limit on using our ARPA funds, and, you know, maybe there's a simpler answer. That was my only thought. So thank you. Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
All right, Jim, turn it to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So why don't I just, while we're on the subject, just talk about paving. It wasn't the order I was going to go in, but let's just talk about it. This body is going to have to figure out paving. We had a full discussion of it about a month ago. No solution was found. We kicked the can down the road a little bit. Not sure when it's going to be picked up again. But either we're going to adopt this paving plan or we're not. If we're not, let's just admit that we're not and throw it in the garbage can. So, I mean, we've got to catch up. It was clear from the presentation that was made that we have paving that we need to catch up on. That was clear. It's also clear that without doing some form of bonding of some sort, and I didn't agree with the amount that the administration presented at the time, I wanted it to be lower, but without some bonding, it's just the plan's just not going to happen. We're just going to be putting in the operating budget and some of the ARPA money over 2 years. And let's just talk about that ARPA money. I would like to commend the first Selectwoman for splitting the money up, because hopefully oil prices will come down, which is the major component of the paving, the pavement that gets put down. Oil's right now at its highest level per gallon, per barrel ever. The more we push it out a little bit more, there's hope that maybe by then the prices will come a little bit more down to earth when the market settles out, and hopefully this war is over and the world will get back to normal. I mean, it's kind of crazy to buy pavement right now, but I know we must. But I think it's a great idea to split it up in the way the first Selectwoman had suggested. In regards to the complicating funding mechanisms, I really don't think it's really high finance to suggest that some of it comes in the operating budget, some of it comes from ARPA. It's only split in half. It's not that complicated. Some of it comes from surplus, which we have a record surplus this year for some great reasons. We have $10 million of surplus money. I think that's the historical highest surplus, if it holds, and $6 million of it should hold because it's cash in the bank already. But I don't see a problem using a little bit towards that and a small bond. I mean, it's not even, I would question whether we even use a bond, maybe just for that extra $500,000, use a little more of the surplus. But we've got to figure this thing out, hopefully sooner than later, because it's just hard to start budgeting when we don't have a plan of what we want to do. I don't want to, I personally have tried to do a plan. I brought into the Tetro administration that presented a plan in the past and paid for, authorized a $3 million catch-up bond. Tetro administration took that $3 million, but never funded the amounts in their in his budgets. So I'd like to get past all that, get on a plan so that all of us are not looking at it every single year, trying to figure out, when we're not experts on this area, what amount we're supposed to spend on paving. That's what I'd like to do. I commend the administration for getting a third party to assist us in this. Before, we were having to use a Department of Public Works. Some of those people are not here anymore that can answer the questions on why we never did what we were supposed to do or why we're behind. But I think we all know why we're behind, because paving has become kind of a political issue, and people fund it to get to tax increases or lower tax increases. In regards to one other thing, well, two other things, but the mill rate increase that the Board of Selectmen is recommending is 0.98. I don't think anybody should have to apologize for that mill rate increase, and that it's not meeting inflationary numbers. God knows our taxpayers are getting hit with inflation well above what the average is in certain areas. When I fill up my gas tank from 2 weeks ago to yesterday, there was a $30 increase in filling that tank.
Do we really need to hear this?
Well, somebody talk, Eileen Bakos? Why is she talking right now, Madam Chairwoman?
I don't know if everyone would please,
There's Eileen Bakos whose light lit up that she was speaking, and I just want to know why she's speaking. And she
yeah,
doesn't
I would
have to be-
appreciate it if everyone would please mute themselves and be respectful to who's ever got the floor. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Bakos. But in regards to back to this inflationary amount, I don't think that we should have to go up by the inflationary amount in our budget. I don't think that it's a problem that we do it for less. Isn't the goal to have the lowest tax increase, but properly fund departments? I don't think we should be apologizing for that if we have the ability to do it for less. So, I just don't understand why we should, because the more money we put in here, the more money that's just going to be spent. People have no problems finding ways to spend money. The hard part is trying to save money. And one of the largest not problems, but the largest area that we're going to have to talk about this year is the historically largest amount that the Board of Education has asked dollar-wise for an increase. The $10 million plus. Never has it been that high. And it'd be one thing if our population was increasing. Certainly it was back in the early 2000s when we were expanding our schools, and I supported those numbers to go up. But we have a declining population for the last, since 2011, as shown on some of the documents tonight. And the number of students since 2011 to today has gone down by 10%. Approximately 1,000 students. But never is the amount of money that we're asking for going down. And I'm not even really seeing the FTEs going down. What I keep seeing is that funding still, large increases like this continuing to happen. And it's something we're going to have to address. And under the numbers I'm seeing right now, and I have lots of questions for the Board of Ed, by the administration, from the Education Administration on some of their things. What's being proposed is a $7.9 million increase. That's not a cut. That's an increase of 4.1%. And we're going to have to talk about that because, you know, these numbers cannot be sustained by our town and our taxpayers. Be going up 6% a year when populations are going down, when the Board of Ed right now is considering closing a school and doing redistricting. All these things are going to have to be discussed. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Walsh. I do just want to say one thing. The paving discussion, we will figure this out in this budget, because we have to. Because the way that we fund it impacts how much gets devoted to the operating budget. And when things come out of surplus, that also, you know, when we plan to do things like that, that impacts the surplus that's available for other capital that, you know, needs that we're going to have, like the fill pile, for example. So these things are interconnected. I know paving's a tough issue. You know, with oil prices as high as they are right now, those paving dollars may lead us to less roads. And so, you know, I'm sure that's going to have to factor into the plan and how we execute the plan. So all that will be discussed. But I do agree that we can't kick the decisions down the road, and we will address them in the budget insofar as the funding sources become part of the operating budget. So I'll just leave it at that so as not to go kind of down the rabbit hole. I do want to get to the departments, but do any of our other board members have any overall comments on this or questions for the first Selectwoman on the overall presentation? Okay. All right. Well, thank you again, Ms. Kupchak. Appreciate you taking us through that, and we'll talk to you again in a few minutes or in a bit when your department comes up.
Thank you very much.
Thank you again. So we're going to move to item 4, which is the discussion of the departmental budgets. And first up, we have our nonprofit organizations. And we are going to pull out our big budget book and start with the Discovery Museum, which is on page 88 in the budget book. And we have, trying to look at the boxes here, we have Executive Director of the Museum, Erica Eng, and Director of Development, Eileen Bakos. I hope I pronounced that right, here to present. So welcome, ladies, and I'll turn it over to you to present your budget overview.
Erica, did you want to start? Oh, maybe Erica's not here. Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can. I
Sam, you're
saw
on mute.
Erica's name a minute ago, but if you want to start and kick it off, that would be terrific.
Okay. One of the things I wanted to talk about was the show of confidence we've had from the Bridgeport Board of Education. We were granted $600,000 in ARPA ESSER dollars for over the next 3 years to fund one of our after school. In addition, what we're trying to do is address the learning loss that's happened during COVID. All of our exhibits and learning labs are addressing the new NGS standards, which most of the local school systems are struggling with, and we are able to tackle those. I just think our programs are just wonderful, and we have hosted many groups from all kinds of different organizations, all different school districts, but for Fairfield County, for Fairfield school districts, we have been having many more requests than we were able to meet. And that's why we're asking for an increase this year. And we would like to do that for fifth graders to do our Challenger exhibits, which are really fabulous. It's a, I wish Erica was here to address this because I was only hired shortly before.
I believe she is here. Erica, are you muted or can you, looks like you're muted or you don't have audio. So let's let Eileen finish up.
Okay. The Challenger exhibits are a wonderful thing. It's a wonderful interactive exhibit for grade 5. Half the group goes into a simulated Houston space kind of thing, and the other half goes into a spacecraft, and they have to problem solve on a number of different things. And it's been an absolutely wonderful experience for our kids, and we would love to include Fairfield students in that. Now, Fairfield students have been coming for many years. We have we always have a much bigger request for time than we have money for. So we would like to improve that, and we'd like to grow that. And I'd also like to say that this has been a wonderful experience for most Fairfield students. We had a group in today, or maybe 2 groups. We had 2 bus loads full. And we've been turning people away. We've been turning classes away, and that's sad in this time with the learning loss due to the pandemic. And I think we need to address that.
Okay, thank you very much. So in summary, there is a $10,000 increase to the budget. I think you see some questions from board members. Thank you for that summary. Mr. DeWitt, did you have your hand up?
I did, Madam Chair. I know, and Ms. Zhang is desperately trying to get to speak to us as well. So, Ms. Bakos, do the children who come from the Fairfield school system, do they get is there class credits for coming to the Discovery Museum?
There's not class credits, but we are now addressing the NGSS, the new government standards. We're addressing those in each of these things. And that's something that the school districts have been struggling with to meet.
So I have no idea what NGSS means, right? So is this part of the curriculum?
No, it's a government thing, and it's a new generation of science standards, which they are required to meet, and a lot of school districts are struggling to meet that, and Fairfield is one of them. And we're fulfilling that in not only in our learning labs, but also with our exhibits, hands-on exhibits, and teachers are very pleased with what we're doing.
Yeah, Ms. Zhang is shaking her head that it is actually part of the curriculum. So, okay. So help me understand. You've said 2 things that were interesting to me. One, you got a lot of money from Bridgeport, which
I think I made it work.
Oh, there you are.
I'm so sorry. I don't know why. If I could be very brief. The Next Generation Science Standard is a core curriculum.
I'm sorry, we have terrible amount of feedback. If you're on separate audio, is your computer muted? It sounds like you've got 2 audio devices hooked up.
Is that better?
Much better,
Mu-
thank you.
Okay, I'm so sorry. Technical difficulties. The Next Generation Science Standard is a core curriculum science standard that in recent years has been brought down and, you know, is applicable across the United States. What it does is, in an effort to try and, you know, make sure that everybody is sort of learning, singing from the same hymn book, if you will, a lot of changes are required, and there's a lot of money that is required to fund those changes. So when we reopened the Science Center, it was done with full intentionality around meeting those standards in every single thing that we do, in every lab that we have, in every room and gallery that we serve. So, so it's double, you know, purpose, not just a tourist attraction, but also every single thing that we're doing is supporting the curriculum of the local students. So in that, this extra money that we're looking for is not only to serve all of the schools that come to us from Fairfield looking for our learning labs, which are supporting these NGSS standards, but doing it with, you know, top of the line, you know, lab equipment. I mean, we're extracting DNA with students from strawberries and fish blastula, and we're doing dissections. We've got, you know, new technology, which is giving us 3D renderings and really sticky stuff that kids aren't going to get their hands on anyplace else. The challenger, and we already can't keep up with the demand once we, you know, it's released that we receive the funding from the city of Fairfield and the town of Fairfield, and the phone is just ringing off the hook. But we used to do challenger missions for the students as well, which also sold out every time, and that was for the 5th grade. Our latest iteration of that is so high level, and what it's doing is beginning at that 5th grade level and up through high school, we're able to touch on all of the STEM, science, technology, engineering, and math just through the use. We use it as a mechanism to touch all of those standards and to do it in a scalable way throughout those grade bands through the use of this one, you know, piece of technology, right? This one immersive experience that we have. And we know now that science tells us that by doing it, by putting our hands on it, kids are learning it. That's how it really drives it home. And that gives our kids an edge over, you know, other regions. That's
Great.
my.
Yeah, no, listen, I know you were desperately trying to get in, so I understand. So you've answered my question. It is part of the curriculum, right?
Yeah.
Shoot, no, I forgot my question.
It supports the
Yes,
curriculum.
so-
It's adjacent,
no.
right?
I want to address one of your other questions. The ESSER funds from Bridgeport are for Bridgeport kids only, but I think that shows a
Well, I'm not sure what she thinks it shows, but she's got a good point. Those kids are all of those funds, our ARPA funds are split just like yours, right? 200 over 3 years, 600 total to support an after school program that's specifically for the Bridgeport students. And it's one that, you know, is going to be feeding them also and giving them a safe place to land and also shepherding their STEM identities. However, you know, what Fairfield has done for us over these years where we've been given this opportunity and we've been able to serve Fairfield. This is my first year in the, you know, driver's seat. So forgive me, this is my first experience doing this with you folks, and I appreciate it. I am going to take this to Trumbull and to Monroe and say this is what other places are doing whose education budgets are not what they should be due to a number of extenuating circumstances, particularly where we are right now, post-pandemic, supply chain, all of that. This is a way for you to support and enrich outside of redoing all of your labs in-house.
So what I'm hearing now is the Bridgeport money's going for Bridgeport kids. So am I to assume that the Fairfield money's only going to Fairfield kids?
That's correct.
Okay, great. And my last question. Are you expecting 34,500 for the rest of the time, or is this a 1-year blip?
Well, that's depend on how well it goes, and if we see standards rising and we see accountability if we see positive impact, you know, we'll bring it to you again and we'll ask and we'll show you that positive impact. We'll show you our logic model. We'll show you growth and scalability, and you tell us if you think it was worth it.
That's what I wanted to hear. Thank you.
You're very welcome. Thank you. And thank you, Madam Chairman, and thank you, First Selectwoman and the Finance Board. I'm so sorry.
No worries, no worries. Technical glitches happen, but thank you. Other questions from the board? Mr. Walsh?
Here, Ms. Zhang and Ms. Bakos, good to talk to you again from earlier in this meeting. Let me ask you a couple of questions. Did I see a news item flash by that I didn't have really the chance, that the Discovery Center has sold their land to Sacred Heart University?
No.
No. Okay.
What you,
some story about that?
Yes, so Sacred, during the pandemic, you know, any of you who've been to the Discovery Museum knows that it needed help for a while. You know, it really has amazing potential, but it just wasn't thriving. And with the pandemic, it was very close to being closed down. I had left the organization actually, and then I was asked to come back because Sacred Heart came through as a premier partner, and we had a management agreement with them wherein they infused our facility with top line, you know, fiber optic internet. They put us on their network, gave us a bunch of computers, so all of our kids have computers. They have given us janitorial, and they've given us, you know, landscaping. So we didn't have to. I can take that out of my budget, right? So as a nonprofit in the area, all of my money now, a greater percentage of my money is going towards programming, directly into programming, paying salaries for top-of-the-line educators to make sure that our kids in the region have this edge. And it's really allowed us to take whatever funding we received in support during the closure to reopen in a reimagined and reinvented way. Sacred Heart does like their colors. So yes, we painted the building red, but they do not own us. We are an independent 501c3. They are a premier partner though, and we do owe a lot for this reimagining, this reinvention of this space to them, because we're also getting an influx of their pre-certified educators to come in and help support some of our learning labs that we're giving. So they're getting field work, and we're trying to entice those pre-service educators to stay in the region. So we're trying to do our part as well, you know, to keep talent in the area. And so we're hoping to be part of that continuum.
So with the assistance they're giving you, which I think is fantastic, are you expanding your services, or what are you doing with those funds? Are you, like, I guess the question is I guess, should the cost of this come down a little bit for all the towns if you guys are getting funds now for your expenses someplace else? Or, you know, if you can explain that any way you'd like.
No, it's a really good question. I would ask it myself if I were in your seat. So I appreciate it. But no, unfortunately, it was, as I said, not a thriving organization, unfortunately. And I have been with the organization on and off for some years. So it breaks my heart to say it, but it's true. And there's been a lot of turnover in the administration. And I'm very, very proud to be at the helm at this point so that we can put all of our efforts and all of our funding into the things that really matter, which is supporting this region, you know, supporting Bridgeport where they don't have labs at all, or new books, or all of that, you know, but also, again, to give the edge to our local Fairfield County constituents to make sure that, you know, this is being utilized, it's being maximized, right? The potential is really being maximized. And what Sacred Heart's infusion has done is, for example, fiber optic internet and really fast networking, safe networking, has allowed me to bring in new exhibits that we would have never been able to support before, even just with the electrical grid, never mind fiber optics. So now I have, you know, AR projections, and everything can be interacted with a stylus, and it all, you know, it's all projection mapping, and it's all really just new technology, and it's really vibrant. So it's immersive, and it gives kids ownership over these outcomes, and those are the things that they take with them all their lives.
The 10,500 seems in our little write-up seems to say that that's going to pay for the Challenger Center missions for the entire 5th grade, and then some additional programming for the 6th grade, correct? Is that a program that you,
It's a program we've been running for a very long time. Actually, Fairfield used to, a long time ago, give us funding specifically just for their 5th grades to come and do the Challenger missions. I think that's how this whole thing started. And now with the new generation of Challenger missions, as I was saying before, it's not just you're an astronaut and go to space. It's an immersive environment wherein you are an astronaut and you do, we have people in mission control and you actually are in a spacecraft that has a probe that you launch and the whole nine. But really, it also has health and safety officers. It has biodiversity engineers. It has mathematical engineers. They're doing those math problems to make sure that the trajectory of the launch will land you on the moon, et cetera. So we are, and it's also built into it, and this is my favorite part, are the soft skills, or, as they're called essential skills now, but really it's, the things that have been lost in the newer generations. I hate to say it, but I see these kids every day. It's communication and it's leadership and it's working together and it's admitting fault. It's a lot of really important stuff that is actually a lot deeper than, what you see on the surface. And it's all through this mechanism of, launching a rocket and landing on the moon, which is incredible. I think our new one is an exploration of Mars. And we actually have red dust and a clean room. And and the fact that they're so into it, they really own that landing and all of those steps, all of those STEM it really sticks with them. We've had incredible feedback from the few that we've run so far, and it's brand new. It's all cutting edge.
right, and you work with our science department at the school systems, at the school.
I believe.
Work with our people at either central administration for our schools or the science departments at the 5th grade or something to come up with what this program is?
No, we work directly with the Challenger Foundation. We were one of the pilots. We've had this immersive learning environment. It's 2 classrooms, and we've had it for some years. And actually, our director of educational programming sits on the council now, and we've actually helped them tweak their technology as we move forward into the new generation.
All right, that's all the only questions I have for this evening. Thank you. I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Mr. Walsh. Anyone else? All right. Well, thank you very much, Ms. Eng. Appreciate you being here. And if any further questions come up, we'll reach out through our CFO. Thank you again.
Please, thank you.
Okay. All right, everyone. Moving on, we're going to go to page 90, which is the budget for the Audubon Society. And I believe we have interim COO and Director of Development, Joyce. I'm not sure if it's Lee's here to present. Are you, Liz, are you here?
I'm here. Thank you.
Okay, terrific. I want to move along. We have a long night in front of us. If you could just maybe give us a very brief, we do have your budget details in front of us, so maybe just give us a quick overview of your budget and the reason for the increase, and then we'll open it up for Q&A. Thank you.
Sure. I wanted to thank you. We've been serving the town of Fairfield for 124 years with educational programming, but the town support has really made a huge difference for the elementary schools. During the pandemic, as the Discovery Center noted, there was a gap in science education. Our programming is hands-on, does meet the next generation science standards. We work closely with the teachers to ensure that it's integrated into their classrooms. It's a cross-cultural program that provides reading, writing, and math skills while doing hands-on science. We've requested an increase in funding because last year we were supporting the 3rd grade and we did not have the 3rd grade fully funded. So we had funded that with another foundation. That other foundation has yet to renew their support. So at this time, I cannot commit to the science curriculum coordinator for a full third grade support. In addition, during the pandemic, parents and teachers both noted to us the need for science enrichment. And we started to provide after-school science enrichment programs free for the children of Fairfield County, as well as school break sessions that were also free to the children of Fairfield. And those programs have been very well received and have been on demand by the parents. So we're asking for an increase of $5,000 to really help us grow and expand those programs. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions from the board? All right. Seeing none, I think you got off easy there. All right. Well, thank you very much. Appreciate you showing up, and I appreciate your payment, your patience, sort of sitting through the long first part of our meeting to give us a summary. So thank you again.
Thank you.
And for everything you do with the town. Okay. All right. So next we're going to move on to page 100 in the budget book, which is the budget for Sullivan McKinney Elder Housing. And Ruth Ann Greco, I believe, is here to present. And are you here?
Yes, good evening. Thank you for having me.
Good evening. And could you also, I'll just say again, maybe just very brief summary of your budget and the reason for your increase, and then we'll open it up if anyone has questions.
Yes, I'm the property manager for Sullivan McKinney Elder Housing on behalf of the board. We put in a budget request this year in regards to the brick structure to the fire pump room, which is leaking. And that is where our fire department comes every month to inspect. The structure is located in our courtyard. As you know, Sullivan McKinney is one of the tenants here in the building, and we try our best to keep up with repairs necessary for our seniors and disabled residents to live safely in our community. And we are reaching out. I know it is an increase. However, this structure is very old. Sullivan McKinney was built in the 40s, so we try to keep up with any repairs, and especially this structure is where the fire pump room is, so it's very important that we tend to this.
Okay. Thank you, Ruth Ann. Questions
Okay,
from?
thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Or did you have more?
Oh, I just said thank you.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that overview. Questions from the board? Anyone? Okay, looks like there are no questions. All right, well, thank you again. Oh, no, I spoke too soon. Mr. Walsh reappeared on the screen. Jim, go ahead.
All right, I didn't realize my video was off. So Ruth Ann, I just like to, thank you for the budget. You guys normally come for specific projects, and this is more of a comment than a question. So, obviously you need to have this thing done. And clearly, I think, in order for the protection of everybody there, this thing needs to get done. You guys have come to us with lower amounts in certain years when you haven't had a big project to be done. I mean, go back and look in the budget book, fiscal year 19, you need a specific amount, $16,530. And you seem to only come when you need something. So I appreciate that, and I'll be supportive of that. Thank you.
Well, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Walsh. Any other questions from the board? All right. Once again, Ruth Ann, thank you for everything you do. Thank you for being here and hanging in with us. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. On to our last nonprofit for tonight, which is Pequot Library. That budget's on page 85 of your book. I want to welcome Executive Director Stephanie Coakley. I think we also have the Chief Librarian, Christine Catallo, and the Finance HR Manager, John Gleckler. So whichever one of you wants to kick it off with a brief overview. I know your budget is flat to what it has been historically other than last year. So maybe just a minute or two on anything important we should know about what's going on at the library, and we can go to Q&A. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman Charlton, and I want to thank my colleagues, Ms. Catallo and Mr. Gleckler, for joining me this evening. We want to begin by first thanking the town of Fairfield, once again thanking the town for helping the library meet last year's major capital needs by partly funding the historic roof repair project. The historic roof envelope is watertight once and for all, and we could not have met those goals last year without the town's help. So we extend our deep appreciation and continued thanks. And thank you for considering continuing to help support Fairfield's Public Association Libraries operating budget, our traditional library services, public programming for all ages and more. Town support is projected to support about 23.4% of our planned fiscal year 23 budget, and it was 29.9% when I started at Pequot Library in 2016. And we continue to remain extraordinarily grateful for much needed continued support from the town, and we thank you so very much. And with that, I will open it up to questions.
Thanks so much, Ms. Coakley. Questions from the board? Mr. Curley.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. Coakley, for joining us. Just point of clarification, as the chairwoman stated, the run rate in the past was about 350,000. That's your request this year. Last year was up 50,000. Was the $50,000 change specifically related to the roof that work that you mentioned? Are we back into more of an operating expense support, or is there something else that's driving that $50,000 change?
Exactly, Mr. Curley. Thank you for that question. The $50,000 increase, as seen in last year's operating budget for the town, went to support the historic roof restoration that we successfully completed. Yes, and that
Great,
project
thank you.
is done.
Great, thank you. No further questions.
All right, thank you. Mr. Testani?
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. I just, out of my own curiosity, welcome and thank you for coming tonight. And since I supported the roof last year, how is it doing? And when you say everything's complete, is in general the board pleased with the way it came out? Did everything go as planned? I'm just curious. I haven't had a chance to go and check it out myself, but I appreciate you mentioning that. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Testani, for the question. The historic red tile roof at Pequot Library has been successfully repaired. We are watertight. It looks amazing, and it's an accomplishment I hope we can all be proud of.
That's great. Thank you so much. Appreciate your time.
Thank you, Mr. Testani. Other questions from the board? Mr. Stark, do you have your hand up or just? No, okay. Mr. Walsh.
Ms. Coakley, how are you?
I'm well. Thank you, Mr. Walsh.
Being here, I would second your statement that the roof looks amazing. It does for anybody who drives by it, and I'm glad that project for you is finally over and you've gone back to kind of your normal funding levels, because I think, you know, as we've talked about every year, it seems to be that we get a lot of bang for buck from your organization. A lot has to do with, you know, you raising money over the years, having a small trust fund that you can draw off of, but you were able to get us a third library, basically, almost like a second satellite library for $350,000 a year. And I know that takes a lot of work. And I know that during COVID, you were stretched to the breaking point because some of your major fundraising efforts, the book sale, some of the other events that you have couldn't take place. So hopefully as we come out of the pandemic, you can get back to that normal funding level and the town can get back to its normal funding level and we can all move forward. So thank you for all you do. I just want to make that comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Walsh.
Thank you, Mr. Walsh. Any other comments from the board or questions? All right. Well, thank you, Ms. Coakley and team for coming tonight. We're happy to hear the good news about the roof. Happy to hear that everyone's returning to normalcy, and good luck this year. And we'll talk to you again, if not before, this time again next year. So thank you again.
Thank you all.
All right.
Thank
Terrific.
you.
Okay, I don't see any requests in the chat for public comment, so we're going to move on to the administrative and general departments, and we'll start with the first Select Woman's office, which is on page 30. Ms. Kupchik, thanks for taking us through this.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay. So if you just look at the page, you've got the regular payroll. It reflects the current salaries, not proposed FY23 salaries. The 3 positions are budgeted in contingency as any increases would be budgeted in contingency. And first select person salary is always set at a different time by the Board of Selectmen and through a different process. Social Security contributions are driven by salary. And you'll see the education and memberships, that's the CCM cost. And we broke out trainings in a different line away from the CCM so you could see it more realistically. And that's, the new trainings are for staff trainings.
Okay, thank you. Are you done with your overview? Brenda, that's it, right?
Yes,
Okay,
yes,
thank
I'm
you.
sorry, yes.
No, that's fine. Thank you for that quick overview. Questions from the board? I see Mr. DeWitt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. First Selectwoman, I'm a little confused. You just said that the increases for these 3 positions are in contingency, but yet 3 of them are showing increases. Shouldn't they be flat if the increases are covered in the contingency?
You want to answer that, Frank? Yeah. You could do it there. Okay.
Hey, Mr. DeWitt, how's it going? It's Frank McNeary.
Hi, Frank.
What you see in the budget, so what you said is incorrect. These are the current salaries. How it was handled last year for department heads in certain positions that increases were budgeted for in contingency and then allocated out during the current fiscal year. So the same practice for the next fiscal year would occur. We have salaries for department heads and other non-union positions budgeted in contingency, and they would be reflected in the next year budget. So it's not showing an increase. This is just showing what was budgeted in contingency last year. These are just current salaries.
So these are 3 non-union positions, correct? So they're not going to change. They're not going to be in contingency because we're banking on a bargaining unit closing, correct?
No. No.
Is that what that means? NONUDH? Is that what that means? Not non-union department head?
Non-union department head, correct.
Okay. So I guess I'm still confused why we would have increases in contingency, but yet we're showing an increase. Listen, if this were a union position and the bargain unit hadn't closed, we would put the increase in contingency, but we wouldn't show that increase in the budget book. So I'm still a little confused as to why it's in contingency. And if one of my board members wants to help me out here or tell me I'm wrong, just let me know, please.
I think I understand that. I think I understand what was said, Chris. So maybe I can help here, and somebody can correct me if I'm wrong. Last year, so if you're comparing to the prior fiscal year budget column, the budget column did not include any salary increases. The salaries were held flat, and last year, money was put aside in contingency to cover salary increases. We talked about that a lot. So it sounds, what I'm hearing right is these what's showing as increases are not actually increases, because these are the amounts that people got paid all of last year after contingency got allocated. So what you see is 4%, 7%, whatever. Those increases are actually the current salaries that are in effect right now for these individuals. And we have not shown in here, if I'm understanding this right, next year's proposed salary increase, because we've handled that in the same manner by putting that money in contingency instead of showing it in the department head. Do I have that right?
That is correct.
Okay.
Okay, I'm good then. Thank you.
Mr. Curley?
Yeah, just following up on that point, I understand the concept. So I guess my question is that specific to this department, or is that increase in salaries for non-union department heads? Is it treated the same way in all of the departments, and is all of the expected salary increases, is that all captured in contingency, or is that specific to this specific department?
So Craig, it's all. So I know that, and you weren't privy to the conversations we had, I believe it was last year. So some former First Select people would put the increases in the budget, when they build their budget in January, and some First Select people would put money in contingency and then release increases after the fiscal year based on performance, right? So when it was presented to me in both ways, it made more sense to put contingency money aside for all department heads, which are all non-union, and my office is non-union, and then evaluate your department heads and everyone throughout the year, and then make those decisions after, as opposed to, oh, you got an increase in when I build my budget in January, and I didn't even get to see how you're doing all year. So I thought that was a more common sense way to do it.
Yeah, no, I have no objections to the process. I just want to make sure I understood it. So that's fine. And I guess
Sure.
I guess when we get to contingency, which is not tonight, we can just have a better understanding of what the total dollar amount is in the budget for overall salary increases, with respect given to the selectwoman and her staff to dole that out according to performance. But I'd like to make sure we spend some time on that total number for sure.
Absolutely. Just for your edification, the contingency is based on, an assumption of all open union contracts, where they might fall, and also any increases are given to non-union department heads and staff people.
All right, thanks, Mr. Curley. Mr. Walsh?
Are the non-union employees, are they given raises based on performance, or is it just kind of you figure out a rate and you raise everybody?
Performance.
Performance? Okay.
I mean, listen, it's a mix, right? It's a mix, Jim. I mean, we try to give something that's in line with, what the unions are getting, but also want to base it on performance as well.
Okay. On the union side, if someone performed extremely well, do we give them a performance payment or something like that?
No, they're union, so everything that they get is based on the contract. So if they have, say, for example, some contracts have a bonus built in, some contracts have longevity built in. They have all these things that are built in, whereas non-union employees for the town don't have any of those protections or perks.
Okay. Now I'm just asking because it just seems as though you've had some high performer that just happens to be a union person. they could probably go out pretty easily in this day and age and lack of people being employed and just get another job. It would seem to me that if we had some high performer, I think we'd want to try to encourage them to stay. But I understand you're working under contracts that maybe don't allow it, I guess, or whatever. I'm just asking, not really for the budget. I just didn't understand whether there's the ability to give like some high performer a bonus or whatever in order to try to keep them. But maybe that's just not possible under the union contracts. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Walsh. Any other questions? Mr. Curley?
Yep. Moving off the salary information, just curious as to the, just getting a little color on some of the other items that went up, or, you know, relative to prior years, I guess, but educational and membership, training, travels and meetings, what are the types of things that go into those line items?
So education and membership is our CCM membership to that organization, and that is utilized by not only the town, but also elected officials use it quite a bit. The RTM uses it a real lot. And they also provide some trainings, some free trainings too, but they don't offer specific trainings just for your employees, right? So they'll have like a global training and your employees could go to it. Whereas we are trying to really up the game in training since I got here. And it was thwarted just a little bit by COVID. You know, we had a bunch of stuff scheduled and then we had to stop. Because like CCM will be like train like, you know, 6 towns at once. And we wanted to have some specific training for our people, specific stuff. So you'll notice we do have that built in other areas, but in my office, that line item, we put 3,000 for specific training. So, you know, it could be Excel, it could be Word, it could be different sort of applications that would help them do their job better.
And the travel?
That's usually in there. It's not going up since '22, and that's for travel and meetings, typically for myself or my staff to go to trainings ourselves or to go to meetings, maybe with different area leaders. When I came in the first year, before COVID happened, I was assuming I was going to go to the mayor's conference in Washington and, you know, interact with all different mayors and leaders of other towns across our country and, you know, learn things. And obviously that didn't happen. But I would like to do that because I think it would be very beneficial. I know when I served in the legislature, I went to a couple of trainings when I was on the housing committee with other elected officials from around the country, and I found those you know, different trainings that we went to really, really beneficial.
Yeah, I don't want you to misinterpret my question on that. I actually was thinking the number would be higher because I imagine that during COVID there wasn't a lot of travel going on, and that the 10,000 is pretty much in line with historicals and not seeing the uptick. So I actually was asking in the context of perhaps it could or should be higher.
Thank you. I just want to note too, we also use it for if, you know, if I invite the president of the university to come in for a meeting, we'll put out some sandwiches, or if we have internal meetings, you know, things of that nature.
Okay, thank you, Mr.
If you want to
Curley.
add to it, Mr. Curley, I'll take it.
Not with those insurance numbers. All right, any other questions from I have a quick question, but any other questions from the board? Okay, Ms. Kupchak, I do have a question. So the increases that are here, which have actually been in effect for a year, show as, you know, ranging between 4% and 7% for these individuals. I do remember you pointing out to us last year that, you know, these at least a couple of these individuals came in and didn't get a raise after the first year because it wasn't a full year and it was, you know, they were new. And so this is, I mean, are these in your mind a little bit higher than normal because they were covering a year and a half? Or is this going to be reflective of, you know, what you think
No,
department
that,
heads? Yeah,
you're right, because because it's covering a year and a half.
okay.
And they had zeros before that first year. So we were making up for that.
Okay, that's, that was my only question. Anyone else? Ms. Leclerc, was that your hand? I couldn't tell. No, okay. All right, thanks, Brenda.
Sure.
Appreciate that. So we're just gonna move on to kind of keep things rolling. I know we're running late here, so I don't want to cut anyone off, but I know we're gonna, I know we need to keep moving. Okay, so moving on to the town clerk, Betsy Brown's here to take us through the budget. And we're first gonna go to the revenue side of the town clerk budget, which is on page 13 of your budget books. So Betsy, welcome. And I will turn it over to you for revenue.
Great. Thank you, everyone. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I have increased revenue lines. We're doing very well with conveyance tax. At the Board of Selectmen, it was increased to $2,550,000. We're all comfortable with that number. This year, we've done very well. We're projecting to be at a possible 2.7 to 2.8 million. And there are a few potential sales coming up. I know the first Selectwoman had mentioned the Metro Center and her State of the Town. There's also the development on Sasko Hill. So those are foreseeable gains in conveyance tax. Our recording fees, it's always a question as to whether it's going to be, not to get bogged down in detail, but a MERS mortgage or release versus a regular mortgage or release. It just depends on the amount of money retained by the town versus what goes to the state of Connecticut. Let's see, certified copies. We offer certified copies online now as well. And people have taken advantage of that where they don't need to come into the office. I've taken advantage of grant opportunities where we're putting more documents online and people can print them from their office. Does anyone have any questions on revenue?
Mr. DeWitt.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. So our budget books, I just want to be question to Jerry real quick. The budget books that we have printed do not reflect the Board of Selectmen changes, correct?
I don't have a budget book. I just have.
Yeah,
no, I'm just asking Jared, Betsy, because I want to make sure.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay,
Mr.
thank
DeWitt,
you.
that's correct.
Thank you. So Ms. Brown, the Board of Selectmen also increased your revenue line on recording fees, correct?
Yes, it should be 300,000.
And I think the Board of Selectmen took you up another 50,000, right?
50,000. Mm-hmm.
So 350. Okay.
Sorry to interrupt. I think the Board of Selectmen took up this revenue budget by 50,000 in total. So
the total is 350,000 for that recording fees.
Yeah. I think it was in the recording fee line item. So the total revenue versus what's in your budget book is $50,000 higher as adopted by the Board of Selectmen.
Got it. All right. Thank you very much, Ms. Brown.
Sure.
Other questions from the board? Okay. I have a quick question, Jared, and I know we asked for some data before the meeting and it came a couple of minutes before the meeting, so I don't have anything printed, but we did ask some questions about the trend in town clerk revenues. The reason being that what was in the budget book before the Board of Selectmen increase was slightly lower than the 3-year average. And, you know, it seemed that the last couple of years were higher. So we wanted to understand what the trend was over the past 3 years and not just the average. Do you have that data? Can you talk to that data or maybe even put it on the screen? Maybe not put it on the screen. Can you tell us what the totals were for each of the last 3 years?
It's in your budget book. It's on, that particular item is on page 17 of the budget book, where, so the revenues are listed in different ways throughout the budget book. On page 17, we do actually show list out the 3 individual years on page 17.
Okay, so they're not totaled for the town clerk, but so it looks like I'm gonna look at conveyance taxes, for example. So the 3-year average that we show for conveyance taxes is 2,465,000. But over the last 3 years, the actual numbers were 1,876,000, 1,009,000, and then 3,617,000 in 21.
Correct.
Okay, and that's, so I guess what I'm trying to get to is, given where this is going and given the current state of the market, is the 3-year average the appropriate way to look at this? Or should we do this estimate with a heavier reliance on maybe last year? Ms. Brown, what's your thought on that?
My worry is always what the inventory is. You know, you hear from realtors that, you know, there's maybe a month, 2 months supply, but, you know, then the prices are what's driving the market. You know, but if we get a big commercial sale, like a couple of weeks ago, a gas station sold, so that's a good commercial sale. But like I said, we know there's a couple of big projects that will be coming forward, like the development on Sasco and the Metro Center property. So that'll bump up conveyance. It's just a timing issue, whether it'll be in the current fiscal year or fiscal 23.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And look, if I was budgeting revenue, I'd be inclined to want to underpromise and overdeliver, especially with the uncertainties and this not being in your control.
And who would have thought last year, just, you know.
Yeah, I just, you know, given some of the other news we heard earlier, just, you know, think it might make sense to maybe give some thought to these revenue line items. I don't think anyone would be in favor of doing anything that introduces a lot of risk into the equation. It's just maybe a question to think about as we move forward. So, Mr. DeWitt?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. You know, 15 years of doing this, I think every year we've poked Betsy and said, more conveyance, more conveyance, more conveyance. Like she's building houses, like she's selling houses, like she's, you know, kicking people out of houses so they can sell them, right? And I think we would all agree, especially, and I'm just talking about this one line item, right? That 3.6 million is an anomaly. That's an outlier. And a 3-year average for this, you know, it's probably, it's probably skewing that number higher, right? And I got to tell you, when I looked at the budget and I saw it was going up to 2.5, I cringed a little bit, because just like Betsy said, you know, I just got a thing from my neighbor who's a real estate agent, and, you know, the inventory's way down, the prices are coming down a little bit. So, you know, I know you're not trying to make us boost this number up any, but in this particular case, you know, year over year probably is a better way to look at it, because you could have an anomaly like this, or an outlier like 3.6 that would skew the numbers in the wrong direction. But conveyance has never let us. I don't remember one time in 15 years, and maybe Betsy does, that we've missed conveyance, or we've been so close to it, you know. So, you know, I don't want to push it too far to the point where we are going to start missing it, right?
Yeah, I hear you. Thank you, Mr. DeWitt. Any other questions from the board on town clerk revenue? Okay. Seeing none, we will move on to the expense side of the budget, which is on page, Mr. Walsh?
I just want to make one comment in regards
sure.
to,
And by the way, I apologize. I didn't, if you were, I'm not sure if you were on the screen. I didn't see you, so my
I
apologies.
apologize. So I was trying to wave you down, but that's okay. It's a tough job looking at all these hands, all these boxes.
All the little boxes.
Yeah, people coming and going, and so I don't blame you one bit. It's a tough job. But just one comment, and I understand that there's inflationary pressures, and we don't know what's going to happen. But I will tell you, if you talk to any real estate agent in town, there's extremely low inventory. You talk to them, you go to someone's house for a party, you talk to some of these real estate agents who I've worked with over the years. They're like, I could double or triple my revenue this year and into the future if I had stuff to sell. I mean, in Fairfield particularly. I mean, I just got a flyer in the mail showing how many houses there are for sale in versus how many total houses there are, and comparing it to different communities and things like that. You'll find like 300 available in like New Canaan, but like 48 or something available in Fairfield. It's crazy. So because the inventory is so low, I don't think it's going to stop. The typical housing markets will be coming up. People will be putting their houses on the market like now, and I think those houses will sell. We are in an enviable position that people want to live here, and I don't see that stopping anytime in the near future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Walsh. Okay, so moving on to the expense side of the town clerk budget, which is page 33. Ms. Brown, is there anything here you want to highlight to us, or should we just go to Q&A?
I am one of those departments that is getting slammed on advertising. I've blown up my budget for the current year, so the request is for double next year, which is 1,200. I have to publish the RTM agenda by charter in the newspaper, and now with the verbiage we have to use for the lead-in for, WebEx, that costs a lot. Also, it's just a matter of I have to pay for printing and binding of all these recordings, and it's a supply issue where prices have gone up. My vendor has actually switched to a different supplier who can get the books and paper to us faster, and we have to use special books and archival quality paper. It's a requirement of the state. I've offset some of my line items like overtime. Last year, we didn't know what was going to happen with absentee ballots, if there was going to be a statewide mass mailing like there was. That's not going to happen next year. Secretary Merrill has said she doesn't have the budget for it, so we won't getting that much, as high a volume, I should say, of absentee ballot requests. So I knocked down printing and binding a little bit, as well as postage.
Okay, thank you for that.
Sure.
Questions from the board? Okay, I have a question, and I actually meant to ask this or clarify this in the early part after Ms. Kupchak's overview, but just for your department and just broadly, is it, I think I heard this at the Board of Selectmen meetings, but I just wanted to confirm. So the union contracts, there are all of our union contracts. Maybe this is a question for the first Selectwoman or Jared. Are all of the union contracts expired at this point? Or any of them in, okay, all of them are expired?
No. So the nurses are, that was been negotiated for a while. That's pretty much done.
And
The
I'm sorry,
ECC
what's the name of the nurses union?
I don't know what the name, we refer to it as a nurses contract, so I don't know if it has a specific name.
Okay, but those, we'll see those employees with.
The ECC is, like approved and almost that's done. PETA is, I believe, open, that's professionals. The THEA contract is open. The fire is open. The police is gonna be open in June.
DPW.
And DPW, excuse me, they're open.
Okay, thank you. So that's helpful. So other than nurses and I'm not sure what department those are, maybe the health department and ECC, everything else is still open. So I just wanted to make sure I was clear and that the board understood that when we're looking at the payroll numbers here, these are, you know, we've got flat numbers proposed, and the increases, to the extent they relate to the union positions that are outlined and not to department heads or something, or even the department heads, I guess. When we look at the totals for the budget, those increases won't be reflected within the budget pages. All right, that's helpful.
Correct,
Does-
sorry, this is Jared.
Yeah.
Unless it's a step increase
Step
or
increase.
longevity increase,
Yeah.
those would be included in the department budgets.
Right, and so longevity, I know, is on a separate line item generally. I think step might be in the regular payroll number, right?
That's correct.
Okay,
And,
thank you.
and Ms. Charlton, also to clarify for you that the nurses are within the health org. They're delineated with an NURS next to their, next to the position title in the personnel summary sheet.
Okay, thank you for that information. Mr. Matola, you had a question?
Yeah, I did. I thought several years ago we tried to stagger our contracts so we wouldn't have so many contracts open at the same time. Did something happen that we are not doing that, or some of these contracts have been open for more than a year? What's going on with that? There seems like there's an awful lot of contracts.
So John, the answer is COVID.
Okay. So some of these contracts are probably 2 years open. They just haven't been finalized yet because you haven't had the opportunity because of COVID.
Right, COVID shut everything down, literally, right?
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Just
Sure.
to clarify, my staff, the data clerks, are members of the THEA union, and I do have an employee that's getting a step increase. That's what the increase is there.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Brown. Okay, other questions from the board? All right. Looks like we're all set then. All right, well, thank you, Ms. Brown. You can go to bed now.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
All right, take care. Okay, moving on to FairTV, which is on page 35 of your budget book. Okay, Jerry, you're up.
Yeah, I'm here. Alex?
Hey, everybody. How are you? Alex Vishnu.
Okay, do you want to take us through an overview of your budget and the changes, and then we'll just quickly, and then we'll do Q&A?
Sure.
Okay.
I can, Jerry, would you like to go or would you like me to speak?
Well, I was just going to give a quick run through the numbers, and if there's, if that's okay with you, that
Yes,
just
please go right ahead.
Okay, so this year we are not really last year we had a budget of 79,350, which we will maintain for our core work for the coming budget. Our core work being the 7 bodies that we cover regularly, produce live, and put on our various platforms, etc. We were approached by the First Selectman's office to consider taking on some additional work, that being the support of what I call a virtual desk. The virtual desk will handle publishing, virtual hosting for, well, we're not exactly sure. There's 60 town bodies. The First Selectwoman's desire is to put them all, at least to capture them all, and to archive them in a way that's accessible to the community. I'm not sure if all of the remaining, 53 bodies will require our services. We don't really know. We do know that several bodies handle their hosting and whatnot, but there will still be the remaining archival work to collate them into categories and, again, publish them out to a YouTube location. So in that, I put together a preliminary budget of approximately, let's see, we got $17,820 in projected labor costs, additional to our existing production labor costs, freelance costs, and as well the purchase of 2 new laptops to handle, to assist in the hosting of the virtual locations, that being called the potential Zoom rooms in the future. I don't know if this amount of money, this additional amount of money, this for labor, is going to be enough. My projection is it will get us a good start, and as the system kind of coalesces around, first being introduced and then being, worked to a point where we have a smooth mechanism to maintain it and provide the service, we may or may not need additional money in the coming year. I'm hoping that this extended, service will fit within, the demands of the various commissions and bodies. So with that additional money and our regular annual operating costs, we're looking at a new budget of $101,948, which is an increase of a little over $20,000. Which is, we don't usually ask for those kind of large increments, but it's mostly, like I say, to accommodate a new evolution as far as providing access to town government. And that's it.
Okay, thank you. Questions from the board? Anyone?
Can I just jump in? I just want to expand a little
Please.
about what Jerry said. The reason why we want that additional staff is, as you all know, Dave Kelly single-handedly was running all our town meetings for us during COVID. And frankly, he's a department head and was receiving no additional compensation. So it makes sense to include this to be able to have our hybrid meetings that we put the $400,000 toward, to have staff to run some of these meetings in case there's an issue, for a chairperson to be running it.
Thank you, Ms. Kupchak. Yeah, that sounds like a worthwhile investment. I just wanted to clarify, if I could, something that I heard. Is there going to be coverage of more of our bodies and commissions? Did I get that right? Or is it just the staff to help save?
For example, Jim Went is very good at running the TP&Z. He has that quality, and some of the areas. So, for example, the Board of Ed office space that we are modifying for the hybrid system. The Board of Ed has requested that there be a professional, part-time person that Jerry will put in place there, because they're concerned about the equipment being utilized by a lay person or an elected official. But in the other areas, we're sure that those rooms that we've outfitted or we've identified that are going to be outfitted should be fairly easy for the chairperson to run.
Okay, thank you for that. Mr. Walsh?
Board of Ed is concerned about the town's equipment? Aren't we buying the equipment? Why are they concerned about our equipment?
You'd have to ask them that question.
Seriously. I mean, it's our equipment. You as the first select woman should be concerned about our equipment. Jerry should be concerned about our equipment. They should have no role in our equipment. It's just ridiculous.
Okay, we can certainly follow up when we meet with them on Tuesday. You had another question, Mr. Walsh?
Yes. So maybe I'm confused as well, Ms. Charlton. So, Jerry, some of this additional money is not to go to all of those boards and commissions to handle more
Well,
meetings?
it's not necessarily that we'll be hosting the virtual system. I mean, we will be for those bodies that request it. Really, a large part of this job will be the publishing part of all these events into a cohesive form on YouTube and whatnot. I mean, basically a YouTube site where they would have to be separated out. Like, let's say the Board of Finance has so many meetings a year, we put them all into their own playlist. So we, collate them. That's time consuming because we have to download the event, tag it on front and end so that people at least know what they're watching and when it ends, and then reload it or it's up into these YouTube sites, as well as the concern for a backup on a desktop sort of cloud or portable drive. So along with hosting duties, which is basically entails the length of any particular meeting, there are these additional elements that would require someone to do, much like as Brenda stated, Dave's been doing, and he's a real champ in doing it. But it's not his job, and necessarily, and we feel by creation of the virtual desk here in town, we can create a more cohesive and maybe efficient mechanism.
Okay, that makes more sense.
So if I could just jump in 1 second, and I just want to acknowledge that the chairperson of the FairTV Commission, Alex Vishno, is on also here on the line, who is actually a technical person as well. Listen, I know we can sort of debate all of this, but I think that we can all agree that, the last 2 years living through COVID has been pretty horrible, except for I think we learned one thing, that we can conduct business virtually, and that utilizing those funds that we all approved, 400,000 to outfit rooms to allow. And it's not just for presenters or elected officials. The public has overwhelmingly responded very positively to say that they loved this. They loved that they could tune in to almost any town meeting from the comfort of their home and see what's going on in our town, or watch it later on as it's cataloged on the FairTV site. And so I personally think that the $25,000 is really a small price to pay for that convenience to our residents, and transparency and availability. And also to presenters, I think it saves money for a presenter who maybe has to travel far, especially when you guys have a lot of presenters before the Board of Finance that don't live in the area. I just think it's a worthwhile investment.
Yeah, I'd like to chime in as well, if that's all right.
Please.
What I'll also suggest is that right now it seems that just about everybody's on WebEx, right? But one of the discussions that is happening and that things are moving to is this sort of Zoom room or hybrid. Some people are in a room and some people are on WebEx, right? And I know that WebEx is really wonderful and Zoom is really wonderful, but they're nothing better, in my opinion, than being in a room with people. But that's not always convenient for everyone. So if we have this hybrid method happening where people are in a room, but people are also on WebEx, you need to have a camera in that room, you need to have microphones, you need to merge that with the WebEx, you need to merge that whole thing into the cloud and the web and WebEx or Zoom or what have you, but also simultaneously in some cases put that on TV live. And so there's kind of a number of things that need to happen and a number of computers, for lack of anything better to put it as, that actually interact at the same time, working together to make all of that happen. So it takes manpower. I think what Jerry pointed out earlier is, he said, we're not sure what this is going to entail, but it's going to entail people, running this in some way, shape, or form in order to get it on TV, in order to get it on YouTube as an archive after the fact, rebroadcast it later. Ultimately, the goal is, as we all know, to create more transparency for everybody, but also to make these meetings more efficient, more enjoyable, more accessible to everybody. And that sort of is the move to the hybrid route. So FairTV covers live things, they're covering WebEx, and then they're going to cover these hybrid meetings, which is kind of complicated at first. Over time, I think it'll get easier. It's unknown exactly how it's all going to pan out in the future because we're in an unknown time, but we're kind of rolling with the punches and making it work.
Okay. Thank you. I personally really appreciate that summary. It's really helpful. And, for what it's worth, I couldn't agree more with Ms. Kupchak. And I think this is a needed and worthwhile investment. So, Mr. Testani.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm sure you probably know, not my favorite subject about meeting remotely when in my opinion, we meaning I'm just speaking on my own opinion as one member of the Board of Finance, should be more accessible in public meetings to the public that voted for us. That's just my opinion. However, I do like Mr. Vishnow's statement, and I am willing to compromise on this, by the way, Madam Chair. I thought you'd love to hear that.
I love it.
That we have a hybrid situation where, as Alex so eloquently pointed out, we're meeting, there's this, and the first select woman as well, this sort of mixture, for lack of a better word, between live in person, which therefore would give residents an opportunity to physically come in front of us, or for that matter, for us to get together like we did less than 2 years ago because of COVID, or maybe a little bit more than 2 years ago now, and meet remotely for those that choose to meet remotely. So I think number one, it's a great initiative. Number two, I'm going to support the budget. Number three, I think Jerry and certainly Alex Vishno are doing a phenomenal job. They're both underrated. I happen to know that Mr. Vishno, just in full disclosure, has done some video work for my corporation, so he's extremely valuable, and I think the town of Fairfield's lucky to have him. And having said that, my only question would be, are there any, and this may be more of a Dave question, but given the current status within the world with regard to Ukraine and Russia, and the news of potential cyber attacks, what, if anything, has been done for this infrastructure? And again, perhaps Dave may have to answer some of that, but I just was curious, is there more urgency with regard to how we're protecting our systems? Thank you. Madam Chair, did everyone hear that? Hopefully I phrased that in the form of a question correctly.
Yes, I did. Please go ahead and respond.
What else? Thank you very much, Mr. Testani, for your comments. It's much appreciated. Look, I'll be honest. I have no idea what's happening with cybersecurity when it comes to WebEx meetings. But what I know is that if you stick a camera in front of somebody and you put it right onto TV, nobody can really mess with that unless they have TV and, the capability of interfering with that. And then, the live meeting thing too, if that has to happen, in order to thwart cyber attacks, then we'll have live meetings. The cool thing about FairTV is that we're kind of ready for anything. Now while I'm not capable of thwarting a cyber attack, you know, we can stick a camera in front of a bunch of people and
As
make sure that that's seen, and it'll be great.
Alex, as long as you promise you're not going to start turning our Board of Finance meetings into TikTok videos, I'm okay with it. Thank you. You're so brilliant. You're so brilliant. I'm sure you could figure out how to do it, by the way.
Hey, you know what? I think you know, maybe the budget meeting could be done in 15-second increments in that case. But I think listen, you know, I've had the opportunity to get to know Jerry over the last couple of years, and everybody on the FairTV commission, and everybody's just kind of really dedicated to making sure that you know, that we're able to provide what we've been asked, which is to make sure that everybody gets to see what's happening right here, right now. And I think we can all agree that times have changed, but we're kind of moving to hopefully a wonderful new era where, you know, this merging of technology and in person is going to make life easier and better for everybody. And I think that's what Fair TV is trying to do, and that's why the increase in the budget is to prepare for that, to accomplish that, and to, you know, make all of these meetings as accessible as possible for everybody. So, you know, that's the why for the budget increase. How it's going to shake out, it's going to take a little time to figure that out. But we're doing our best. And I think that, you know, this budget is a representation of a little bit of technology and some manpower and, you know, a little bit of a learning curve, but ultimately I think that'll flatten out over time.
Okay. Thank you, Alex. And I'll just say, God bless anybody that wants to watch any of this on TikTok. Yes, yeah, I'd like to meet that person. Mr. DeWitt, did you have I saw your hand up before. You had a question? Mr. DeWitt? Oh, you're set. Okay. Anyone else? All right, Mr. Walsh.
Mr. Vishno, thank you for that extra presentation you made. Anything that you can do to get us back in a room live with some hybrid individuals, whoever wants to do that, Godspeed, and I'll approve the money. I mean, I watched the other night the end of a Board of Ed meeting, and the courage those people have and the initiative to get in a room together. It was so refreshing to watch a board meet again, where I'm not watching boxes, I'm watching a meeting. I'm watching people interact across from a table. It was amazing, actually. It was so refreshing, even though I don't generally love to watch those meetings. I was amazed by watching a real meeting again. So anything that you can do to help us get to that point, Godspeed with it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Walsh.
Thank you, guys. Again, that's certainly the goal, but that's not entirely up to us. What we want to do is make sure we can support sort of any version of meeting, be it fully, I was going to say fully hybrid, but fully virtual, fully in person, or hybrid. You know, and that's what we're aiming to do, is to support that. You know, through the great help of Jerry and his team. And so on. So, and the budget and the First Selectwoman's foresight in sort of pushing to create these hybrid rooms, which is the key to it all, really. So thank you, everybody.
Okay, thank you again. Appreciate everything you do. Okay, we are going to move on to the Register of Voters, which is on page 41 of the budget book. And we have Matt Wagner and Steve Elworthy, our registrars. Thank you, you guys, for hanging in till whatever it is, 10:15. Welcome, and I turn it over to you.
All right. Well, I tried chatting with Steve on the side, so I'm not sure if he has some comments to lead off with. Steve, do you want to start, or do you want me to get us rolling? All right, well, I guess I'll start, and Steve could add some other comments. We did get a question or two from the Board of Finance earlier in the day, and hopefully that response reached you more than a few minutes before your meeting this evening. Our budget.
So if you want to elaborate, please do.
Okay, absolutely. So we have a pretty significant dollar figure change in our budget, and it's being driven we have three big sort of open questions that are as now unresolved, but will hopefully be resolved by the new fiscal year. Certainly, we hope by the end of budget season. The first and largest of which is a pending redistricting process. The RTM is sort of in the midst of their redistricting committee, which will hopefully realign our polling places and RTM districts to the new state legislative districts that were passed last November. And that represents, the committee asked us, or the Board of Finance asked us to sort of come up with a number for what that represents. It's about $60,000 of our budget is related to increased costs from redistricting. About half of that is related to if we have to rent additional voting machines, which is a sort of an astronomical charge from the only vendor that's allowed to do that. So we would see a reduction of $60,000 if there were no, if the redistricting is completed in time for the August primaries, which we hope and now I think expect to happen. Second open question is relating to the primaries that we would have in August. Everyone on this board is involved in politics on some level, and you can handicap for yourself whether you think the parties are going to sort out the governor's race or the Secretary of State's race or the comptroller's race or the U.S. Senate race, and whether there will ultimately be primaries for these things or not. In the past, and for my first 10 years as a registrar, administrations had always sort of told us, we're going to pretend like the primary is not going to happen and put it in contingency. Brenda's administration and the new budget director suggested to us that we should budget essentially for the worst case scenario and be pleasantly surprised should the primaries not come to pass. So you do see about $30,000 in there for primaries. And the other sort of open question we have, and this is, you might see a further reduction were this to take place. The state, we know, is contemplating the purchase of a new voting system in the new fiscal year, but prior to the November elections. And were that to happen, the costs that we have associated with maintaining our voting equipment, where we have an ongoing maintenance contract that we're liable for, would most likely disappear because the previous purchases of that equipment have come with a certain built-in warranty period from the manufacturers. So there's three sort of variable things that reflect the largest sort of chunk of our increase. We're happy to answer any questions or describe anything else in the budget that you need to know.
Thank you.
Okay, can you guys hear me now?
Oh, hey, Steve. All right.
Yes.
Yeah, I couldn't get unmuted, but somebody nicely just told me how to do it. #6 or *6 to unmute. So I basically agree with what Matt's saying. I'm a little concerned about the machines, period, because they'd be coming from not in our town. But we're really hoping that redistricting can be settled. They've already at this point gone to agreement in the committee that there's going to be, well, they're hoping there'll be 10, but we don't know if it's going to get settled or not. Hopefully it won't be like it was in 2011 to 14. But I'm thinking that as far as not having to have the machines because of that, that would be great. Maybe that could be something we could emphasize with our next meeting with the redistricting committee, because again, that's a pretty hefty number, 6 times 2,700 to borrow them for basically 10 days, which is pretty expensive. And as far as the new voting machines, Matt, can I just ask you this question? You're saying that our contract, which I thought is good until 27, but you're saying that if the new machines, we don't get any kind of credit? I didn't know that until just now.
So we wouldn't be paying to continue the maintenance on our existing equipment if the state furnished us with brand new equipment. But again, that's right now kind of in the realm of speculation. It's not been bonded or anything like that at the state level at this point.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
All right. Thank you both. That was incredibly helpful. Questions from the board? Anyone? Mr. Walsh.
So how much money is there, like basically contingent money in your budget that might be saved depending on stuff? Like I thought I heard a $60,000 numbers in for something, and then we might be able to save $30,000 some other place. Can you kind of review that? Because I'd like to kind of keep track of that depending on what happens. And I presume that you guys won't spend that money in your department if you don't have to, and we'll return it to the town. Do I hear that from both of you? That you'll return that money?
Yes.
Not going to use it for anything else.
Not only would we not use it for anything
Not-
else, I expect that by the time the RTM budget process completes, that those questions will be resolved. Essentially, the deadline for redistricting is before the RTM budget meeting. So if they're not going to do it, they'll know by that time. And if they are going to do it, they can take that money out at that time. So yeah, if there's no primary, we're not going to use that money to run a play primary or anything of that nature.
No, because once money's in your budget, you can go over in a certain line item and use that money. So, for example, if you didn't use $15,000 of the money, and you guys decided you wanted to go on travel and meetings, go on another $15,000 of travel and meetings, that's not a problem, actually. Just because you're over on one line doesn't mean that the department can't spend it. And that's why I'm asking you guys the question. Both honorable men, I just want to hear from you that if these things don't happen, I'm not going to find out the next year that you overspent on a specific line. Correct?
That's right.
I would say yes. Yes.
Only because we're kind of talking about a lot of money. There's all, and I know, Matt, you make a good point that the deadline might come and the RTM might be able to deduct some of those funds out of your account, which they can still reduce and things like that. So what's that deadline date?
It's supposed to be new districts in place
May.
3 months prior to using them, and the primary is second week of August, so we would expect it by the second week of May.
So it's May 11th, I believe, right, Matt?
I can't remember whether it's 10, 11, 12.
I'm pretty sure that's it. Yeah.
And I'll just note, I think if you were to go back through our last several years, we have a tendency, not in fiscal 21, but generally speaking, we return, $10,000 to $20,000 from our seasonal and things that we try not to spend every single dollar in general as well. So
I understand, but in other years, you just come back to the Board of Selectmen through the process when you needed more money after you've realized how many primaries or extra money you needed. And I understand that there's now a different philosophy. And I'm not saying, actually, I kind of would compliment the first Selectwoman for telling you this, to plan, I guess, for the worst case scenario. And then you don't have to go through those additional steps as long as you guys are planning on returning it if you don't need it, correct?
That's right.
That's probably a better process.
Yeah, and Jim, one of the reasons we're doing that is when we had to increase on ballots, and this time we're at 74.4% for the primary if there is one, and I believe we're at just about close to 80% in ballots for the general election. So we're pretty covered. That was one of the main reasons I believe that in the past that we came to the board and asked for increases, as I recall.
Could you guys tell me why the travel and meetings have gone up so dramatically?
The largest change in this budget is provisioning food for the primaries, because again, that's if there's no primary, that's $1,200 less.
But the food is in travel and meetings?
That's right.
Why is that in travel and meetings? It should be like in another line item. I don't think food.
So they have us put it, we'll put it anywhere you like, really. I don't mind.
I think the first select woman said that food for meetings was also in that line item, Jim. So it seems consistent.
$1,200 in that?
That's
That
right.
line
Yeah, yeah, it's 1275, the estimate.
I never knew.
And part of the reason we have to do that, can I bring up a point on this though? Well, one of the main reasons we have to do this in a lot of ways is because we have competition with getting people, and I'm sure you all know that in 2020 we had a very difficult time. We get people and then they drop out because they changed their mind about being anywhere near going in to vote, and it was pretty tight as far as that went. But as far as if you look at some of the other towns, for instance, West Haven pays like $500 for their moderators, for instance, and there's other towns that do that. So, and they also give out almost, it's like catered, which we're not doing. We're basically giving them pizza and soda. So, and part of that is because there was so many people too that we had to do. But this year, this is what the new number would roughly be.
All right, thank you. That's all the questions I have, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jim.
Yep, bribing people with pizza usually gets them to show up. So good job, guys. I just, I want to move on, but, and I thank you both. To wrap up Mr. Walsh's point, just in total, it sounds like, and not to get into pizza money or small amounts, but it's 90,000. Am I right that it's 90,000 of savings if redistricting is done in time and there's no primaries?
That's right.
Okay. All right. Thank you again very much. Sorry to keep you so late, and we appreciate your taking us through this.
All right. Well, thanks for
having us. Thank you very much.
Okay. All right, everyone. We're going to move on to town planning and zoning, which is on page 45 of your book, and we have Jim Went here with us.
Good evening. Yeah.
Welcome.
Madam Chairwoman, I'm gonna get off of this. Sometimes I have zoning matters, so I don't want there to be the appearance of an impropriety of hearing this budget. So I'm not going to. I'm going to just turn it off. I'll try to keep an eye on my screen occasionally, see whether you've moved on to something else.
Mr. Walsh, I'd be happy to text you when we're moving on, if that's helpful.
That sounds great. I'm going to mute and stop my video. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Went, thanks for being here. Apologize for the late hour. We are going slow tonight, but thanks for hanging in, and please go ahead.
Madam Chairwoman, members of the board, good evening. Jim Went, Planning Director. The highlights of the TPZ budget changes you'll find on page 45. I will just highlight the changes and then be happy to answer any questions you might have. The regular payroll line shows a 17.3% increase from 2022. However, this is only a 3.8% increase from 2021. In my budget message, I'm proposing that the admin support 3 floater position that presently resides in the building department budget be relocated to the TPZ budget. This is an overall neutral proposal, as we are not creating a new position. We're just moving it from one department to another. While this position would still be able to serve other permanent agencies as needed, this position has proven critical to the TPZ department and therefore is proposed to be relocated to this budget. There's a new communications line at $500, and that line item is projected to be for an inspector iPad to link to the new online permitting system that the first selectwoman discussed earlier this evening. Similar to what you've heard from the town clerk, advertising, we are proposing an additional $1,000 on this line, as we are, like the town clerk, running over budget compared to our last full fiscal year where we published. We spent just under the $1,000 allocated, but costs increasing that, so we are presently running in the red with a little over 3 months to go in that budget. For education, I'm proposing an additional $1,000, and this is in response to a new state law that requires mandatory training for land use commissioners. There are 10 members of the Planning and Zoning Commission, so I'm proposing $100 per member, assuming that the training offerings will be fairly modest in cost. That's all I have on the expense side. I have some comments on revenue. If you want me to move to that, I can, or if you'd rather hold for questions at your discretion, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Yeah, revenue, and let me just flip over there. I wasn't gonna,
Yeah, it's
yeah.
not a big number. I don't know the page number. Just quickly,
Yeah, it's on page 14, and if members of the board, I'll just throw it out there and maybe you could just wave or something. It's an $89,000 revenue budget, and I wasn't gonna go through Q&A unless anybody wants to do that, but does anybody want
The
to do
other thing
that?
I wanted to say about revenue, Madam Chair, is that we're proposing a 3-year average, but what I wanted to point out is what's not shown in the revenue line is that we have an inclusionary zoning fee of $5 per $1,000 in value on permit costs, and that money goes to the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. That's why it doesn't appear in our revenue line. And I just wanted to point out that 3-year average brings in, has the last 3 years, an average of $461,000 annually, which is a significant amount of money to fund the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. It just doesn't appear in the revenue line. That's all I really wanted to say about revenue. But other than that, I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Okay, thank you very much for that. So why don't we just do both questions on either revenue or expenses? Any questions from the board on this budget? Okay, seeing none. Well, Mr. Wendt, I think you either did an excellent job or you just caught everyone when they're really tired. So either way, good for you.
Well, thank you for your time and attention.
Yeah, thank you very much. Okay, we're going to move on. I'm going to, bear with me for a moment. I'm going to text Mr. Walsh that he can rejoin us. Okay, and we are going to move to conservation. So we have Tim Bishop with us, and conservation, we are going to start with conservation on the revenue budget. So that is on page 6 of the budget book for everybody, and welcome, Mr. Bishop. And I'll turn it over to you.
Madam Chairwoman?
Yes.
There's a bunch of these committee things, so I'm just going to tell you which ones I can't participate in for the same reason. Because sometimes my private work as an attorney brings me before these committees, and I want to avoid the appearance of impropriety on ruling on their budget. So in addition to the Zoning Board of Appeals, Department 1090, the other ones I cannot do is TPZ, Department 1110, Probate 1130, Historic District Commission, Department 1210, and Conservation 1230. As much as I'd love to work with Mr. Bishop, I apologize, Mr. Bishop, I cannot do that. So, I won't be on for a little bit. This way I don't have to keep coming back and saying the same thing.
Okay, thanks for clarifying. We are not going to go through probate and historic. Those are small, flat budgets, and so this will be the last one, Mr. Walsh. So thanks for letting us know. All right, Mr. Bishop. So page 6, revenue. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to the First Selectwoman's Office for Administration and the Finance Department, and you, the Board of Finance. I know it's a huge effort to get through this process. My first time dealing with this end since we've met last. So I thank you all for that. On the revenue side, you'll see similar to, as you said before, under promise and over deliver. To that extent, my proposed budget revenue reflects a decrease by 26% in change, mostly in anticipation of my proposed fee structure changes that are making their way through Conservation Commission as we speak. So based on some of those proposed changes, as well as fluctuations on an annual basis, since our revenue is largely permit driven, that is what accounts for the decreases in FY23's revenue. And those are across the board based on the anticipated change in revenue, largely from the fee structure changes. So that's why the numbers are the same.
So, Mr. Bishop,
can
are you saying
take any
that,
questions.
yeah, are you saying that your fees are going to be going down, the permit fees will be declining? The fee schedule is declining? Is that what you're saying?
Yes and no. In some respects, yes. The fee restructuring not only is restructuring on the actual dollar amounts, but also on the way it's laid out. Right now, it's based on areas of disturbance and areas of regulated area per parcel with the application. My proposal is breaking that out based on the types of projects that they're proposing. So, for example, if somebody's building a single family house and there's so many square footage of disturbance and regulated area on that parcel, that fee is generated based on that area and not the actual proposed project. Under the new structure, proposing to break it out, similar menu style, that single family house would be one fee. If they're putting in a pool, there's another fee. If they're adding a patio, that's another fee. So I guess to answer your question, the dollar amounts may or may not go down or go up. But the entire way of thinking to make it easier for the applicant is being proposed for change. Hopefully that answers your question the long way.
Okay. Questions from the board on, I mean, I might have a question, but anyone from the board have questions, Mr. Curley?
Yeah, I appreciate that you're reconfiguring the fee structure and hopefully making it more applicant friendly and easier to administer. But I guess I didn't connect the dots in terms of how that translates into a 27% decrease in revenue and 2040. Trying to flip to the next page. Down pretty materially from last year's budget and the 3-year average. So I guess I'm helping, or I'm looking for help connecting the dots between your proposed changes in the fee structure and how that translates into lower revenue.
Sure, I can explain that without supplying you the board at this point with my calculations, but the way I achieved that was with the roughly 300 inland wetland applications from last year, both staff level and commission level. I translated that with the old fees from last fiscal year to apply the proposed fees with the same projects. So with that, there was an $86,000 decrease in permit revenue generated, and that's how we broke out the percentage decrease.
So just to follow up on that, so was it your intent to streamline the process or make it easier to apply, or was it the intent to actually lower the cost to the applicants? Because this is a pretty substantial reduction in revenue for the town. I'm just trying to understand the motivation.
Sure. Actually, both, as I explained the long way to Madam Chair, the current fee structure is largely cumbersome and difficult for the public to calculate. Like I said, based on square footage and, project areas of disturbance versus existing regulated area of the parcel. So it's extremely cumbersome having to do high math just to come up with a fee. And secondly, I did a comparative analysis with 8 or 9 surrounding towns, Darien, New Canaan, Westport, Trumbull, Greenwich, similar demographics to Fairfield. And based on that analysis, this town is significant. My department is significantly overcharging the residents and the applicants in several aspects. So my intent was both to streamline, to make it easier, as well as make it more in line to the surrounding towns.
Okay.
So it's,
I
it's,
see Ms.
I
Kupchak
look at
walk
it
back.
as not only I look at it as not only a decrease in revenue, but a correction of prehistoric overcharging.
Okay. Ms.
That's
Kupchak,
helpful.
I see you popped up. Did you want to add to those comments?
Yes, I just wanted to say, this is what I was talking about earlier. You know, we did a whole analysis of our conservation department, and SLR, which you're familiar with, a top environmental organization in the state, you know, did a good, careful analysis, and Tim really dug into that report and has done some really good work that he is bringing before the Conservation Commission and the Inland Wetland Group to make changes. And he said it exactly right. We were overcharging people, and it's wrong. And the processes were very complicated and difficult for the average everyday citizen, and contractors and all of that to figure out how to do it. And unnecessarily, they weren't statute, they weren't in some protection of wetland areas or any of that. It was just overcharging and creating sort of hurdles that were unnecessary. And so Tim, you know, did his due diligence, and he's created a very good document that the Conservation Commission that oversees the department is going to review and vote on. But we don't want to be overcharging our residents. It's just not appropriate.
Thank you, Ms.
That's all. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman.
Thank you. Thank you for that clarification. Mr. Mottola?
Are you, Brenda and Tim, you would agree that what we're charging now is more in line with what other municipalities do for the same type of work or project? Is that fair to say?
The proposed fees that I'm working through now will be more in line with surrounding towns. Like I said, I looked, have all the fee schedules from surrounding towns in the Fairfield County coastline area, performing similar projects such as Westport, Easton, Darien, New Canaan, Greenwich, and such.
All right, and the commission has to approve what you're doing, right? So you can't unilaterally decide to do this, or the first select woman can. It's the Conservation Commission is reviewing these, and they have to approve these fees.
That's correct. Working with a subcommittee of the commission now. Hopefully, we ideally looking to push these through for review and vote in the next month or two of meetings.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mottola. Other questions from the board? Okay. Can I just ask a quick question, Mr. Bishop? And maybe it was just your first comment about over-promising and under-delivering. Is, in your mind, is the decrease truly the change in the fee structure, or do you just have also some conservatism built in here because of, uncertainties with the change? I guess I'm trying to say, are you, do you think this number is conservative, or do you think this is real? Are we really going to have this big of a reduction?
Well, I think it all depends. Once the numbers are final, I think that 26% could change. I guess the number would reduce. The reduction number would get smaller, I should say, as we go through the process. But also, I think it's variable based on which projects get pushed through and applied for. I believe it was last fiscal year there were 47 pool applications that generated a certain amount of revenue with a flat fee that's more reasonable. Maybe the number of pools offsets the the cost reduction. So it all varies. I feel like there was some pent up, similar, as we all know, if we're trying to do any home improvement projects themselves, you know, the pent up demand for those products changes, and you know, I'm seeing an insane amount of pools, if not one a week. You know, so there could be more single family homes than there was last year, and that might offset that number as well. So it really depends on the market and other development factors that change revenue. Staff level permits generate a certain amount of revenue, and there's several hundred compared to the 20 to 25 commission level permits, which have been relatively consistent for, as far as I can tell, for the last 5 to 10 years, that's pretty much the annual volume. And typically those projects are larger scale developments or projects in sensitive wetland or watercourse areas, not necessarily generating a high revenue in permit fees, but just in their project complexity. So again, I guess
Okay.
it varies
I
based
hear you.
on
I'm
what's
just,
going on in the
you know,
world.
Yeah, obviously we're all going to be looking for opportunities in the budget. So I hear you. I had one of those pools last year, by the way, but we can move on. Unless anyone has any questions, but any additional questions about revenue. We can move on to the expense side of the budget, which is on page, starts on page 55. You want to take us through just any highlights there?
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. As you know, I've kind of already gotten into, there's a lot happening in the department, given some of the changes we've been doing with online permitting, as Brenda had alluded to, making some other changes internally to make things easier for residents and applicants. On the expense side, you'll notice there was increase in 3 line items of note, similar to other departments. Increase in fuel, that was just largely a price increase, not so much a quantity increase. We're all aware of that as we gas our cars nowadays. Increase in education training memberships. My goal is to provide staff with additional mostly wetlands related training. And then the requests, I guess the greatest request of significance, as the first select woman had described, was the request for a part-time administrator in the office. And I think the rest were largely small decreases in regular payroll, attendance bonus, longevity bonus. In the capital plan at the bottom, the 30,000 decrease was a request and order placed for a new department vehicle, which is a small hybrid vehicle that hopefully is efficient on gas to offset that increase in fuel. And I think that was largely it. If anyone has questions.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the board on this? All right. Seeing none. Thank you, Mr. Bishop. Appreciate your time and hanging in there, and we got you out of here before 11 o'clock, so good for you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right. Okay, I'm going to do this one more time where I'm going to let Mr. Walsh know he can come back. And we are going to move on to Community and Economic Development, which is page 74 of the budget book. Mr. Barnhart, welcome.
Good evening, Madam Chair and members of the board. Can you hear me okay?
We can.
For the record, Mark Barnhart, Director of Community Economic Development for the town. I'll be brief, understanding the lateness of the hour. I know you have other departments to get to. The budget before you represents an 8% reduction year over year. I'll just highlight the one noteworthy change concerns the marketing coordinator position. This in the current year, as part of the reorganization that the first selectwoman spoke to earlier, we were able to upgrade an administrative assistant position to a full-time marketing coordinator position with your support. The budget that's before you reflects allocating 100% of that individual's salary to the town budget. In prior years, a portion of that administrative position salary was allocated to the Downtown Improvement Fund or Downtown Employee Parking Fund, because portion of that work involved administrative functions related to downtown initiatives, including administering the Downtown Employee Parking Program, the Sherman Green Banner Program, and other such things that were primarily administrative in nature. Those haven't gone away, but we're fulfilling those through a part-time employee that's performing those functions primarily, with some support from the marketing coordinator position. So that's the change that's reflected in the budget. And I guess I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Barnhart. Questions from the board? Okay, Mr. Curley.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Just quick question with respect to year-over-year comparison. The $60,000 that was in last year's budget, but is not in this year's budget, that's obviously helping to drive the overall number down. But what was that last year?
That was a one-time allocation to upgrade the town's website, which I believe we now have the bid results in as of today, and we're reviewing those with the respective departments.
So non-recurring. Okay. That's
Correct.
helpful. Thank you.
Okay, other questions from the board? Mr. Welsh?
Thanks for being here this evening.
Sure, I don't see it, Jim.
Oh.
There you are.
Sorry about that. That was a ghost in you. So traditionally at this meeting and under yours, as you know, we've traditionally asked you some questions in regards to some of the properties that have been vacant, things that are going on, just for a little update, so we might see where our tax, commercial tax base might be going in the future. Could you just update us on just, I'm not asking you to spend a lot of time on it, but just on a couple of the properties, things like the Metro Center, things like the property we cleaned up at not Fairbrain, but
the two large ones are Fairfield Metro and Exide. I think those are the two you're referring to primarily, right, Jim?
Yeah, those are the two, and then just anything else that that you can publicly discuss of other things.
Well, Fairfield Metro, I think, as the first selectwoman had alluded to in her State of the Town address, we are anticipating the impending sale of that property to a new development team. They're out in New Jersey. We've met with them repeatedly, and we're working through some due diligence issues so that they can close on the property, hopefully in the next 30 to 60 days, but again, working through some issues with the state. And the intent there is to move ahead with construction of the first building based on the approvals that were previously granted on the site. So we do anticipate construction this year. With respect to that, I know that his long-term plan is, or not his short-term plan is to seek the modifications to the master plan for the site. But that'll be subsequent to his moving ahead with the construction of the first building. With respect to Exide, I have met with the owners of that property, as has the first selectwoman. We do tend to meet with them fairly regularly to get an update as to where they are in their marketing process. We've talked through a couple different scenarios, none that are particularly concrete at the moment, but again, we've indicated that we're there and willing to support their efforts in any way we can to get the most out of that site, because it is a key site. Not many like this in terms of the level of the size of the property and the amount of frontage and its location strategically between Southport and Fairfield. So that is also on top of our list. And then the third one that we did, I will speak to briefly, is the old Fairfield Lumberyard site, which Cinto Development had received approval to do 148 age-restricted residential units there. They were going to partner with the Jewish Home for the Elderly. That has not panned out, and the property is on the market. I've talked to a number of prospective developers that are looking at that site. And again, that's something that we're closely monitoring. I think those are the three larger ones. There are a number of other ones, including Handy and Harmon and the old Miller Volkswagen site, which were, again, that with respect to the Miller Volkswagen site, it's a brownfield site. It's also in the Rooster River floodplain. We're attempting to schedule a meeting with through the ombudsman at the Connecticut DEP to resolve, basically competing public policy goals as it relates to the necessary remedial strategy and how that relates to the floodplain. And so that is something we're seeking to do to facilitate redevelopment of that site. If I didn't touch on anything else, I'm happy to answer any other questions you might have, Jim.
Okay. On the Metro Center, are they still planning on building the building that will house like shopping and bathrooms and things like that?
Yeah. In fact, that's one of the changes that he's looking to make, which is, you may recall the very early iteration of the plans for that site included a hotel within the concourse building. That was subsequently in several more recent iterations of the master site plan moved to the other side of the street. This developer thinks it makes sense, and I agree, as part of the concourse building, as part of, there's a retail concourse plus the hotel and additional office space that he anticipates in that building, which is beyond what was previously approved for that portion of the site. So that alone would necessitate, going back through planning and zoning to ask for some changes.
That's the developer still talking about doing a hotel there?
Yes.
On the site? Okay. And can you tell our body, is there a lot of commercial vacancies, or is the vacancy rate changed from year to year so far? Or
it certainly went up during the pandemic. We saw pretty high vacancies both in the retail and office sector for Fairfield. That's since come down quite a bit. I mean, relative to the rest of the county, we were doing well, but we were in the mid to upper teens, which was quite high. And that's now moderated quite a bit. We're seeing new businesses opening up, particularly on the retail side. We do have some notable vacancies, but we're down closer to the 10% that we traditionally see. We'd like to be under that for retail. Office, again, we're seeing increased, demand starting to pick up as people, go back to, there's still going to be an element of work from home, but we are seeing people, and our office market tends to be quite small. I will say that we did get a few inquiries as of late that they're pretty good size office uses that were more than what we typically see, looking for 15,000 square feet, which is not something that we have any space that we can accommodate within town. And I referred those inquiries to the incoming development team at Fairfield Metro, because that seemed like the only logical place that we could go with that.
Sure, that'd be great. All right, Mark, thanks for the update. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Walsh. Any other questions from the board?
Yeah, just a real quick follow-up on Mr. Walsh's question. The Metro site, so it'll be retail, office, hotel, any residential?
Yeah, it's already approved for 360 residential units, along with the hotel, some office, as well as retail space. So about 50 to 60,000 square feet of office and retail combined with the hotel.
Okay, thanks. That's all I wanted to know.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Stark. Any other questions from the board? Okay. All right, Mr. Barnhart, thank you very much. Appreciate you being here with us tonight, despite the late hour. Thanks again.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Have a good night.
All right, you too. Okay. So we're gonna, so actually, let me just double check here. We have no request for public comment, so we're going to move on to the finance section of the budget. And I don't know if everybody wants to get a shot of coffee first, but we're going to start with revenue in the finance department, which is starting on page 7. So I know there's a lot here. We had some questions in advance, but maybe let's just turn this over to our CFO, Jared. Welcome, and I don't know how you want to do this. If you want to take us through some of the big items, go through the questions first, but I'll leave that up to you.
Yes, good evening, and thank you. And I figured I'd start and go through, we'll start with the revenue and point out some of the major changes that are within here. So one of the first ones, or which are kind of taken as a group, the pilot, which is down toward the bottom of of page 7. And the state has created some really cumbersome naming mechanisms for each of these revenue sources, so it can be a little tricky to follow. However, the good news is that we are increasing the revenue related to the state pilot program.
Right? Sorry. Go ahead.
Related to the state pilot program, and most of that revenue is due to the presence of hospitals and particularly the universities, the private universities here. And so the state created a new formula for determining how those funds get distributed for the pilot program, payment in lieu of taxes, and we ended up on the good end of that. They created a tiered system, and based on the criteria of that, we were entitled to more funding. And we anticipate, as long as they continue to fund that pilot program as they did, we should continue to get this level of revenue through, going forward. So what you see there, 41196 was really the bulk of the pilot money in the past, and what happened is now we have this tiered pilot program that has gone up a little over $1 million, $2.984 million to $2.984 million. So that was a good boost to us, and that actually kicked in. We've covered this a couple of times during the quarterly meetings. It kicked in this year, but because of when the state budget passed last year, we weren't able to include it in the town budget in time because we just didn't have the information. So it's kicked in this year, but we will continue to get it next year as well. Moving right along, let's go down to I know the one that you had asked questions about was the dividend and interest income. This continues to be a declining source of revenue for us. And as we've talked about in the past, the sources or the investments that we're allowed to invest in are very limited. I'll give you some of the examples. They're U.S. Treasuries, Federal Savings and Loan Insurance Corporation, Federal Home Loan Banks, federal bonds. So we're very limited, and so when we look at the market now, we are pretty much reliant on money market funds. Without, one of the things we could have gone and invested in, some bonds that were 5 years or 3 to 5 years. The problem is the return on those would be very limited, and we'd be locked in for that period of time, when we know at some point this has to turn around. And so, we've chosen not to do that and not to go long on some of these investments. And so there may be a little bit of less return over the last year, this year, but we expect as things start to turn around that we will be able to start investing in those more as rates start to climb. That said, we still have money in bonds that are at some higher rates, which are going to mature, and we're still going to be going from those higher rates down to lower rates, which is why we're reflecting some loss here. So, we could have something that we invest in that's bringing in 3-4%, but in talking to our investment advisors, those are gonna mature. We're gonna have to put them somewhere, and they'll likely be, given the market now, they're gonna be in things that aren't returning as much. And we also look at the what our investment policy is and what the state policies are, and the primary function of this, because it's operating funds, we need to make sure that we're preserving the safety of the principal that we're putting in, and then also looking at the liquidity in case that in case we need to access those funds at some point. So just another reason that we're not able to invest in things that are longer term or could have higher returns. So we did speak to our various investment advisors, got their take on the securities that they are invested in. They analyzed those and what they thought was going to happen to them over the next 15 months or so. We looked at our current statements of investments in money markets and the income that they're throwing off, and we based our projection on that, and I'm comfortable with it. I know it doesn't look good. We are the purchasing director, Gerald Foley, has created a RFP for an investment advisory services, and I'm in the process of coming up with some changes to that so that we can possibly consolidate and possibly, and also to get some advice from the professionals, especially in these times where things are starting to come back and where that money should go. And so, could there be more revenue from here? Sure, just like any other revenue item in the budget. There could be more. It could throw off more revenue for us. I want to wait, and I want to see what this RFP returns, and see what the investment professionals say.
Okay, anything else you want to highlight? I think we have some questions, Jared. Anything else you want to highlight in the revenue?
No, I think that's, yeah, I think those are really the highlights. So, yeah, if you want to ask some questions, go ahead.
Okay, Mr. Curley.
Yeah, Jared, thanks. That's helpful. Appreciate your time, and also to reiterate what all of us said earlier. Excellent job on the book and pulling this all together. Kudos to you and your staff.
Thank you. And
Focusing
you know what? While you're on that, I wanted to thank, in particular, our new budget director, Frank Magneri, also Caitlin Bossi, who everybody knows, and the rest of my staff who have participated. I should have actually led with this, but they have been awesome. And so I appreciate all their efforts, and Frank has come in and been a huge asset to us. So
Right.
I just want to say that and recognize them.
And well deserved. But given the hour, just want to turn back to the topic and focusing on the dividend and the interest income. You know, we've been in a relatively flat interest rate environment for almost a decade, and you know, we've got a forecast of potentially 3 increases in interest rates between now and year end. So I guess I'm trying to figure out, I imagine that the restrictions on what the town can invest in is not new. And I'm trying to figure out if the restrictions aren't new, and we've had roughly a $1.8 million on average, $1.7 million last year's budget. I'm just struggling to understand why we're seeing a drop by, you know, this is a 73% drop year over year versus the budget, and in an environment when the interest rates are expected to go up, even if we keep everything in the same categories, I would imagine we'd still be better off. The only thing I can possibly think is that you've got some maturities that you're trying to redeploy, and that, you know, maybe it's not at the same rates, but again, it's been a relatively flat interest rate environment for almost a decade. So even that doesn't explain such a large drop. So I don't know if we need to look into more detail and more detailed schedules, but so far it's just not sitting well.
So I'll respond. There are two points that I'd like to make. One, the number that you see there in the 73% drop, that's the budgeted number. Those amounts are down significantly this year, as Caitlin had indicated during the quarterly. So it's really not that far off from what we're experiencing this year. And then the second point is, which you alluded to, is that we do have these maturities that are of a higher rate, and you know, and I understand that rates are expected to rise, but we're, you know, in a lot of these, we're not going to get the rates that that we have been from those. So it's still going to be ultimately a reduction in a loss. So.
Is it possible to just get a little more detail on this number, just to understand how it's tracking and what's falling off and how it's getting redeployed at whatever the new rate might be assumed to be?
Jared, do you have an actual calculation that you used to come up? Is there an underlying analysis, or was this a more high level estimate? I think
there were a few different. Yeah, so there were a few different analyses that we talked to our investment advisors about, whoever we have the investments with, and spoke with them individually, and also had you know, had one look at it collectively. And so we are we have different analyses, but nothing that would really, and when I say analysis, I mean written analyses that would be in writing in a report form, that would be that would really give you a really good sense of what we expect. But we, you know, so most of our the information that we've gotten has been through conversations with them, with the investment advisors, and in addition to that, the, looking at statements that we have coming in this year of the, whether it's money markets or CDs, whatever the case may be, and looking at those.
Okay, I don't want to preempt anyone who wanted to talk. Can I just make a suggestion, given the lateness of the hour? Because I know this is probably a bigger topic, and I think what I hear people asking for, again, not wanting to preempt anyone, is a better understanding of whatever analysis you do have that informed the budget number. So I think Mr. Stark, I saw an email earlier. What's in our current portfolio? What's the detail of what's in our current portfolio? Rates, maturities, because I think that's the concern around the number. Again, given everything we heard earlier, I do understand your desire to be conservative, but if this is, we want it to be reasonable as well. So maybe we can just ask that we get that information supplementally, and we can, we can officially, perhaps revisit this the night on our makeup night. But in the meantime, we can ask, the board members could have an opportunity to maybe ask questions and get what they need. Is that fair for everyone? Is that okay for everyone? Mr. Stark?
Yeah, and again, taking into account the lateness of the hour, I won't ask my typical bond guy questions. But the one thing I was curious about, and I think you were kind of implying it, was is it a requirement that the securities in this portfolio be held to maturity?
I don't know the answer to that.
Okay, so come back to us on that too.
I don't think so.
Okay. I can see now, as I heard you talk, I can see some reasons why a particular portfolio of government securities could have reduced income over the next year. So if you could give us that, can you give us a snapshot of what's in it? Is that possible?
I can, yes.
Okay, and then we'll leave it for another time. Thank you.
Okay, that would be good. Yeah, thank you, because I think it's, we might be doing some speculating here, and I think it would be helpful to have that data before us. I'm gonna make a suggestion here, or maybe ask for a motion if it's okay with the board. We have some department heads here who have been waiting patiently, and we have a couple of items on the agenda that are up before our final department heads that I don't want to shortchange. I think they're discussions that, one is fund balance. I think that deserves a discussion, somewhere before midnight on a budget evening. And I want people to feel like they have the opportunity to say whatever they want to say or ask whatever questions they want to ask, even though we're not putting any money toward fund balance. I know that's a topic of interest. Secondly, debt service. We did get some backup to that 2 minutes before the meeting. I know I haven't had a chance to look at that yet. So I want to see if anyone has an interest in making a motion to perhaps postpone the agenda items or the discussions related to fund balance and debt service to another evening, perhaps Wednesday, next Wednesday, and that will, I don't want to put it on the Board of Ed evening, but then we can move on and let these other department heads do their thing. Mr. DeWitt, are you making a motion?
Yes, I would make a motion that we move it to Thursday, the 22nd. I think Wednesday might be pretty filled up too, the 16th. But I think the 22nd, public safety, is probably a little bit shorter agenda, and there's already one, it's already an IT. So I'd make a motion to move the financial, the 1, 2, 3, 8 financial budget hearings until March 22nd.
I'll second.
Okay, and to be clear, which are you? the fund balance and debt service, correct?
Oh, you were just saying you just want to move fund balance and debt service?
Yeah, I mean, we've had department heads waiting
Yeah,
around
that's
here all
fine.
evening.
No, perfect. So I'll amend my motion. I make a motion that we move 2020 fund balance and 10030 debt service to our budget meeting on March 22nd.
Okay, thank you. Is there a second? Mr. Matola? Okay, all in favor? Aye. It is.
Everybody.
It is unanimous. Obviously, Ms. Marmion is not here, but Prue, you've got the rest of us. Okay, thank you so much, everyone. I really appreciate
I'll make that. I'll make that change and resend the budget schedule back out.
Okay, thank you. And also, if it's okay, maybe we can, if we could just do this, perhaps, actually, we've got Jared up next. I'm not, sorry, not Jared, Gerald. So let's move to purchasing. And
Madam Chairwoman, are we done
Yes.
with this? I had some questions on this financial revenue stuff. So are we pushing that off too?
No, we're not, and I apologize. If you have questions, let's finish that up first. I didn't think anyone had any more questions, so go ahead, Mr. Walsh.
Sure. Jared, on why is the lieu of taxes vet exemption going down by a significant amount? It's like 32% off.
I'm going to let our budget director answer that one.
Mr. Walsh, that's working with our assessor. It's just that there have been more, lack of a better phrase, there's just been more veterans dying off than there are coming on receiving that exemption. And that was just an estimate. That was a best estimate that I worked on just with the help of the assessor. To remain conservative.
I was afraid that was going to be your answer, that people were dying off, unfortunately. Okay.
Yeah,
and
that is correct.
The parking authority annual reimbursement line 49301. What's the reason for that going up by the almost 11.3%?
Could you just tell me the page?
Yes, it's on page 7, towards the bottom of the page, line 49301.
That's based on the new contract that we had negotiated with them. So these are new contract amounts.
Okay. On the next page, on page 8, the rental income to Old Post Tavern. Why would the rent be going down from one year to the next? Why is it going down, the rent, by almost 10%?
So a lot of these rental, the lines for these rentals are some numbers that I had asked Connie to help me develop. So I could follow up with that on how she came to some of these rental income numbers, because there's quite.
All right, yeah, if you could just.
Are there any others on the rental side that you had, or is it just that one?
No, I have multiple ones. So there's that one. I don't see a rental amount for the new restaurant going in that should be close to being done. The cafe, I think it's called Monaco. That's to the right side of the community theater. I remember the presentation showing that there was a large outdoor seating area. Has there been a lease cut for that? And if so, what's the amount? Because it's not on here. So I presumed if there was rent, we'd be predicting for what it's going to be.
Okay.
Right. And then on line, same page 8, line 515, 515, parking authority Fairpreen rent. Why is the rent going down from $48,000 to 0?
So that's also part of the, what will be part of a new lease agreement. As of now, the Yale has been in that lot for over a year. And
That's the COVID testing?
we are still, I'm sorry?
Is that COVID testing, the area where the COVID testing is being
Yes.
done?
Yes. Yep. And so
We
we're
give that to them rent
anticipating.
free?
That's right.
We get reimbursed by the state of Connecticut or any other organization or the federal government for that?
We have not been.
Is there a reason? Was the state giving out money to set up COVID sites?
So I guess that would be considered revenue loss, and most of the funds that were that came from the state or federal government didn't address revenue loss. And so, with the exception of the ARPA money.
Okay. With the COVID going down now, the level of COVID going down, I'm not seeing anybody in that lot. Is it closed down now? You can't pull up there right now and get a test.
I haven't heard. All I know is that we've committed to extending to July, or to the end of the fiscal year at least, for Yale to stay in there in anticipation of, the possibility of
COVID coming back or a variant coming back.
Right.
So Jim, we're negotiating an extension with them for a fee with the town attorney, a short extension.
Okay. Did all the work that was done at that lot to be able to make it a testing site, did we pay for that or did Yale pay for that?
No, they paid.
So under those agreements, will they restore it to the way our lot was beforehand?
Yes.
Okay, and then the rent will resume again with the parking authority, or how's that work?
I think that's still up for negotiation. About because we're looking at the ridership and the passes for the trains, and so we are, that's going to be part of the negotiation with them to determine whether or not it's still needed.
Okay. So if it's not needed, we potentially could then just sell the property, correct?
Correct.
Then we can get a taxpayer in here. We can make the revenue, because if no one's going to have anything to do with it, I don't think it's really necessary for the town to do that and not get tax revenue off of it.
Yeah, it's definitely on our radar, and it's something I'm working on.
Okay, great. And the last one I have is the next page, Jared, page 9. Why are the fire marshal fees going down so dramatically from fiscal year 22 of $400,000 down to $150,000? That's it's a 62.5% drop.
So
right, and I know that
we're going to cover that in the with public safety.
Okay.
I believe. Okay.
That's fine. No, not a problem.
Right.
That's great. Thanks, Ms. Charlton.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Walsh. I think there were also, again, maybe a couple of other questions that we got written answers to right before the meeting. So if board members have any follow-up on those items, you can refer those through me to Jared, and we'll cover those.
All right, and there were a couple of other questions about the not having the 3 years listed out separately for their revenue, and it's the same answer to the one of the previous discussions about revenue, that they are in there. You'll be able to see if you're looking through, starting on beginning on page 15, where you can see each of the individual 3 years, so you don't just have to see the 3-year average. So I know there were a couple other areas where that was a concern.
Okay, yeah, thank you for pointing that out. I just, for board members, that may be important because some of the trends are, a little unusual with our COVID years, et cetera. And so if anyone has any follow-up questions on those based on that information, we'll get them to you, Jared. All right. Any more questions on finance revenue? Okay. Finance expense, page 116. Jared, you want to wrap that up?
All right. In the finance department, so the change in regular payroll was a result of the finance department taking on the DPW finance position, which was really the initial intent. And when you read the DPW audit, that was the recommendation that that position be within in the finance department. So we had originally been in DPW when it was budgeted last year. So this is not. It's not a new position. It's just a position that's being transferred from underneath DPW to now being within the finance department.
Madam Chair, can I interrupt really quick?
I'm sorry, I can't see who that. Oh, Mr. Testani, certainly.
Just real quick, thanks, Jared. So is there a corresponding deduction then in DPW?
There is.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Madam.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Testani. Okay, anything else you want to point out, Mr. Schmidt?
Just a couple of the things at the bottom of of our accounts there, 58,100 and 58,120. Educational memberships, you'll see that as a percentage, those are large increases, and I'll take those two as a group. Number one, we have new staff, new budget director, new grant coordinator, going to be a DPW finance person, and there are a lot of opportunities for training, which is something that has been the focus of the first Selectwoman. And so we did budget some more money for training, especially through the Government Finance Officers Association. There are some excellent opportunities, but they can get a little bit pricey, and so we included money for that. And the same thing with travel and meetings. There are opportunities for some worthwhile conferences in this area. So we added some funding for that as well. And they're great because they're great opportunities to interact with the other members of the organization and hear what they're doing throughout the state. And a lot of these things are opening up again because of COVID, and there had been some virtual meetings to a lesser extent, but now they're opening them up to actually expand so that there may be travel and going to the actual physical venues.
Okay, thank you, Jared. Anything else you want to point out? Or should we move to questions?
No, I'll take questions.
Okay, thanks. Mr. Walsh.
Your travel and meetings, is there food in there or no? Now that I know that there's food in other departments.
There may be an occasional meal. That could be a possibility. I wouldn't rule it out.
Couple pizzas, Mr. Walsh.
Oh, pizzas, why don't you invite me?
Well, you're more than welcome.
Okay. Next question. Does this DPW finance person report to you, Jared?
Yeah.
You like their manager?
That person hasn't been hired yet.
Oh, okay.
So, okay. But yes, they would report to me.
All right, so this position was in DPW, it's now being removed, so we'll see a reduction there. And then, but there's no person in the position now because the previous person either resigned or was terminated or something?
It was just never hired.
Never hired? Okay. So there's never been
Right.
someone in that position?
That's right. Yeah. Yeah, we you know, at the time when we put out the job opening there, the applicants were minimal, and so we're going to give another go at it and try to get some of some quality and more applicants.
So is the thought that they will report to you, or are they going to be, I guess my question is, are they reporting to you or somebody in the finance department, or are they still reporting to DPW?
Me.
Okay.
They will report to me.
I'm just trying to understand the position. Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, other questions on the finance department budget? Okay, great, thanks, Jared. Hang tight.
You're welcome.
We'll go to purchasing. And Gerald, if you're still awake, welcome. Page 119.
Hi.
Page
Hi,
119.
this is Gerald. Hi, this is Gerald Foley. Hopefully you can hear me. I'm having a problem with my camera. For some reason, it's not working, but technical difficulties here. But anyway, I'm on the budget for the purchasing department. There's really no major changes. We do have, I've asked to have some adjustments in the staffing. What I have is I had basically a junior buyer positions, and I'm asking for the creation of a assistant director position. So you'll see the junior buyers that had a staffing count of 3 has been reduced to 2, and then the creation of a assistant director position, which is I'm hoping to have an internal candidate apply for it and hopefully be accepted for that position. Other than that, though, I have no other changes and other major changes in the budget.
Okay, thanks, Gerald. Mr. Walsh.
Gerald, how are you? Thanks for explaining that.
You're welcome, Mr. Walsh. Thank you.
Say the picture that's up for you right now looks like you're like a jail. Looks like you're in a jail or something.
Yeah,
your face.
Yeah, I can't get it to work. I played with it earlier and had it working, and now it's got this silly thing on it that I can't get rid of it.
He probably feels like he's in jail right now.
I bet
I feel like I'm in jail. That's right. That's exactly right.
So the question I have is on this part-time payroll. So last year we had budgeted $16,117, and that's not in there any longer. Is that because some of those job responsibilities are going to be taken up by this new assistant director, or is that just for a special project? What was the last year's?
What? Yeah, I'm sorry. So what had happened was last year you were kind enough to fund a full-time position. So initially I only had 2 junior buyers, and it was you were kind enough to fund a full-time position. So I have, in essence, had three buyer positions. And so now what I want to do is to basically have a job description created that would, in essence, instead of having them all basically at the similar positions, kind of create a stepping stone. So I have a junior buyer, and then a assistant director. So it kind of create like a tiered approach in the department. So the part-time buyer was basically I reduced the funding to 0 because the full-time position took its place.
Okay, that sounds great. And then you're buying under capital, a shredder.
Yes. So what had happened is a little story to that one. So human resources, we have a copier room in Sullivan Independence Hall. And human resources had a shredder in that office there that it was a shared one, but they've since reallocated it to their office, so we don't no longer have a use of the shredder. So what I'm trying to do is just get a shredder that'll become like a common use machine.
All right. Has anybody looked at like using a shredding service where you could just all put stuff into some bin in town hall, and this way you wouldn't have to keep buying shredders, every year or every other year to break down?
Right. So I think that, we do use a shredding service typically for our record retentions, but that we will put it into the box. Usually it's long-term thing, and we call the company up, and what they'll do is they just come out with a truck and they do the shredding. So we do that on site. This is for more like sensitive stuff that you want to just to get rid of, right? Say the same day or within a couple of days. That was the purpose of it.
All right. Well, I'm just saying that like a number of offices, like all attorneys' offices, we have to use the same shredding service you use. The boxes are locked. And you can probably use the same thing.
I see what you're saying. Right. I got you.
I don't know if you have the ability to do that and maybe save $2,000 and put it towards the shredding expense.
Yeah, that would be acceptable. I mean, I just like I said, it was going to be for our use, and then because other offices use the shredder, so that's what I thought. We used to have like just big bags, and we would shred stuff in the copier room.
I'm done, Ms. Charlton.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Walsh. Any other questions from the board? Okay, great. Seeing none. The next department we have is Administrative Services. Jared, anything you want to talk to us about on this one? This is on page 38 of the budget. It's a relatively small budget. Any highlights there?
Yeah, there was no major changes at that budget either. That budget, it's set up. We outsource our mailroom service, so that's the largest budget on that particular account is related to an outsourced mail service, and then we have there's office supplies. And I think we have a postage in that line, but I believe there was no major changes to that account either.
Okay. Any questions from the board? Okay. Thank you, Gerald. I think.
Thank you very much, everyone.
Okay. Thanks. Good night. Appreciate you being with us.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right. We're going to move on to the tax assessor. We're almost there, guys. Thank you, everyone. Page 123. Ross Murray is here. Ross, thank you for hanging in, and I'll turn it over to you.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I'll just hit the highlights on my budget. The software, IT and software, that's our contractual software services that went up a bit this year, about 7%. The largest increase is in my fees and professional services, and that is mostly one item, and that is for our court appeals. So these are the remnants of the BAA from last year. The people that weren't satisfied after that process went to Superior Court. We had 108 go to court, and we're down to 76. The cost of defending those is heavier on as we move down along the process. We tend to settle a lot in the early goings. We get more information on a house, or the plaintiff realizes that their case isn't very strong, and we tend to get quite a few settled early. But as we go along, there may be some that we have to go to full appraisals on, and possibly a trial with testimony and deposition, so that the cost is heavier as we move along. So that's why we're seeing an increase this year to hopefully wrap up the balance of those appeals in the next fiscal year. And there was also a pretty substantial increase in the cost to our motor vehicle guidebooks. We use the NADA books, and they were taken over. I forget who bought them up, but they have been steadily raising the price substantially. So that went from about $1,200 last year to we're expecting it to be about $4,525 this year. Percentage wise, our advertising, which you've certainly been made aware of, is up, but that's fortunately for us, it's only one ad at $150. And that's what I have. Questions?
Yeah, I'll turn it over to the board, but just to clarify, the motor vehicle guidebooks you talked about, those are within the fees and professional services line item?
No, those are in print. Yes, I'm sorry. Yes, they are fees and professional services.
Okay, so that's there along with the cost for court appeals.
Right. So that's, $4,300 in increase right there, or $4,300 in increases just with those two items. When we had a small decrease in some of the others.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Testani.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Hey, Ross, how are you?
Good evening. Good, thank you.
Good to see you again. Just a quick question. You alluded to this, I believe. I just want to double check. With regard to the fuel piece, motor vehicle fuel, obviously, we all know about the increase in price and oil. Where are you guys going? Is it like physically going to these appeals? I'm just curious where that
No, motor
increase is.
vehicle fuel and lube is primarily for the vehicles we use for performing inspections, mostly related to permits.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, great. Thank you. And obviously that just reflects the increase in the price of gas, right? Is basically.
Gas and, we have 3 inspectors now. We've had, so we have more field work going on. Permit volume is very heavy in Fairfield.
Okay, well, that's a good thing, right?
It is. It is.
It is. Thanks.
Thanks,
Mr.
Ross. Good to see you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Testani. Mr. Walsh.
You know, Ross, good, thanks for being here.
Thank you.
In the fees and professional services line, I mean, I understand about the court costs, stuff like that. Will this be kind of like the last year of a major number and then it starts dwindling down? Like, will you, by the end of this fiscal year that we're talking about in this budget, so by the end of 6/30/23, we should have most of these either settled or tried, correct?
Yeah, I mean, there'll probably be a few that linger. There's,
Couple
some
stragglers.
just drag out.
Yeah.
But we, the BAA this year is had the lowest number of appeals in 5 years. They had 116 appeals this year. 12 were commercial over $1 million, which they chose not to hear. So, there's 104 that they're hearing. So the number is down quite a bit. So we shouldn't be adding as much that volume as I anticipated for next year.
So the number
the
should
answer is
start
yes,
coming
we should
down a little
see-
bit, you think?
I'm sorry?
The budget number should be coming down the following
year.
year after this? Yeah. That's what I thought.
Yes.
Great, thank you. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Walsh. Any other questions on this budget? Okay.
Very good.
All right. Thanks, Ross.
Thank you all. Good night.
Right. Good night. Okay, we're almost done. Jared, quickly, we've got Board of Finance on page 135.
The Board of Finance budget is just the auditor, pays for the auditor. And as we know, it is, there's an RFP out there now to hire a new auditor, and we're continuing along with that process.
Okay, I just want to ask a question. Given that we're going out to bid, are you comfortable with leaving the budgeted audit fee flat? Well, really 2 questions. That's number one, because I think fees are generally going up. And that's one question. The second question is, I know we've got this purchasing policy project lingering, and I don't know, and I'm wondering about the fees associated with that. So can you just quickly comment on those two things in terms of the adequacy of this budget?
Sure. I mean, I'm comfortable with the amount for the new auditor, as comfortable as anything, I guess. And then with regard to the, if there are additional needs related to the purchasing policy, I guess we'll have to look at those at the time, and similar to what we did last year, I believe there was a separate
Transfer
proposal within the budget to fund that.
So if we finish the purchasing policy project before the end of the fiscal year, which I certainly hope we can, are we shouldn't need that next year. And we have enough in this year's budget to cover it, inclusive of what we've transferred. Is that, I don't remember.
I believe you appropriated enough for it.
Okay. All right. I'll say I'm a little, I don't know how much risk there is in there, but I am a little skeptical that we're going to get a flat audit fee. I'm just going to throw that out there. I know there's small amounts of contingency elsewhere in the budget. I don't think that's a great assumption, but it's not a huge amount of money, but just something to think about. Okay. Any other questions on this budget? All right. Well, last but not least, Dave, we have the tax collector. And we're going to start with revenue on page 6 of the budget. So, Dave, thank you. Sorry that you're dead last tonight. We didn't think we'd be going this late, so we appreciate you.
Oh, you're just saving the best for last.
There you go. There you go. So everyone, it's
or maybe it's by punishment, seeing that I collect everyone's taxes.
There you go. Anything you want to, do you want to go through an overview of revenue?
Yeah, nothing major for revenue. Current year levy is determined by the finance department. So the other line items there, they're really just 3-year averages. There's nothing, no major changes, meaning, if we were to do something like a tax sale, foreclosure, nothing, we have no plans like that. So that's why I don't have any changes in the numbers. It's just taking the averages.
Okay, and I know a question was asked in advance, but were we provided the historical tax collection rates over the last couple of years? Jared, I'm not sure.
I did provide it to finance, but I don't know if it was provided to Board of Finance.
Yes, that was part of it.
So Jared, if I don't know if anyone got a chance to open that up, but can you quickly just tell us what those collection rates have been the last couple of years as compared to what you've got budgeted here?
Yeah, I could put it up. I'll pull it up.
Yeah, just give us 1 second.
So for FY21, it was 99.01%. 1920, which was a deferment year, 97.96. 1819, 98.85.
So 98.85 was 2019?
Correct. 2019, FY18 was 98.95, and FY17 was 98.73.
Okay, and this year, the recommendation, or what Ms. Kupchak talked about in her opening presentation what did we have there? 98 point,
8.9, going up to 98.89.
so 98.89 would be the proposed increase if we went in that direction. Okay.
Correct.
Madam Chair?
Yes. Yes, Mr.
Quick,
DeWitt.
just a quick question. I thought the question that was asked was what were the budgeted percentages? These are not the budgeted percentages. These are the actuals, are they not?
Actuals is what I asked for.
Oh,
Yeah.
you asked for actuals. Okay,
I
okay,
did.
my problem, sorry.
Yeah, I thought it would be helpful to evaluate the budgeted tax rate against these actuals. And
Yeah.
we've had some funny things going
Okay.
on with the deferments, and I didn't remember that 2020 was that low. So this is helpful. So the 98.89 is right, kind of right in the mix.
The only reason that 1920 was that low was because we deferred the April taxes to July and it screwed up the whole math.
Correct.
I know,
And
yeah.
so the 98.89, that's the 4-year average if you do not factor in the deferment number.
Yeah.
Because that's the outlier. We don't anticipate any future deferments. So if you take the previous 4 years, that's how we get to the 98.89, which, you know, I'm comfortable with that number because we're taking the 4-year averages of non-deferment years. And even when I look at this year through February, through the end of the most recent month, we're even ahead of schedule compared to last year or even the year before at the same time.
But the 2020 number with the deferment of 97.96, does that mean that those collections flowed into 21? And are those impacting the 99% rate?
No, because it gets booked as a prior year
As a
collection.
prior year, gotcha, okay.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so the 97.96, if we wanted to look at that as a real number, apples to apples, we would, and I don't even know if we could do this, but we would take the deferred payment that we got, you know, and take it out of the prior year line item and add it to that number to see what it was. But without doing that, I mean, we're hovering around, you know, just a shade below 99%, which is what the proposal is for this year. And that was my question. So thank you. Does other board members have questions on this? Okay. All right, we can move to the expense budget on page 127.
Okay, so for my expense budget, the big increase compared to every other line item would be the regular payroll, and that's due to the fact that we're proposing that a position is brought into the office that works as, you know, both handles the sewer collections as well as the tax collections. And now this evolved out of the fact that the sewer clerk previously worked in the Public Works Department, and my office has always collected on the sewer use bills, but the sewer clerk in the Public Works Department handled the technical issues, such as you have a running toilet, a leaking faucet, your sewer bill is based on the winter months of your water usage. So your bill could spike from $200 to $1,000 in a given year. And that's because you might have had some type of plumbing issue. So they come in and they say, well, why is my bill so high? We previously didn't have that information. We just collect on the bill. So we would send them to Independence Hall, another building. But that clerk was not, that position was vacant. And so I've been assisting doing that, but you know, I need help. July is coming. It's something I've been temporarily assisting them with, but we've realized the efficiency in the fact that now the taxpayers, the residents, are coming to Old Town Hall, and they can both say, why is my bill so high? We give them an answer, and they can pay their bill too. In the past, we'd have to send them off to another building, have them call Public Works. It wasn't a very efficient process. So in this scenario, like I said, it's very efficient, but it also fills other needs. If you recall, we've never quite recovered from this, but a position was cut from my office 3-4 years ago. So, you know, during collection months for real estate and car taxes, when we're extremely busy, July, January, October, and April, sewer is only in October and April for collection months. So our most busiest month for property taxes in July. Sewer is still, you know, there's still collections for sewer, but it's not as busy. So this position can fill that gap where when we were missing the position was cut from our office, they can now assist, because there's issues such as, you know, everyone in my office is union. They have an hour lunch. We have to spread this out because we're not allowed to close the office. I have to stagger lunches. So it often puts me down 1 or 2 employees during the busiest times. So that's going to, you know, the additional person is going to help that. When we're down, you know, to being down this one person in July, we get a very high volume of mail. So what else happens is it's like a chain reaction. If we don't have enough staffing to open and process the mail, then the phones ring off the hook, because then people call and say, I mailed my check 2 weeks ago. It hasn't cashed. I'm nervous. I don't know if it was stolen or if it was lost. I don't want to get charged interest. So, you know, the additional staffing is just going to help alleviate these issues and help us to provide better customer service.
Okay, thank you for that. Appreciate that explanation. Any questions from the board on the tax collector's budget? Okay, I see none. Thank you, Dave. Obviously.
Thank you.
Thanks, Dave.
Preemptive. Really appreciate your, thank you for everything you do, and thanks for hanging in tonight.
No problem.
Okay. We have, no, not surprisingly, no one waiting for public comment. So I will, if no one has any more questions, I'll take a motion to adjourn. All right, Mr. Walsh, seconded by Mr. DeWitt. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, aye, it is unanimous. Good night, everyone.
Night.
Thanks all.